When I first met my son's fiancée, she made fun of me. She laughed and said, "Your dad didn't even finish middle school. Can he even find a job with such low grades?" Her dad joined in, saying, "I can't believe he dropped out of high school and doesn't even work." And to add to that, they only serve food for themselves, leaving me out. The fiancé's mom explained cheerfully, "I only cook for my family." At a family gathering, someone said, "I've never seen parents act this way." Feeling hurt by my son and others, I decided to stand up for myself. I told them, "Say what you want," and left the restaurant in frustration. My name is Stephen Walker, and I turned 60 this year. I have a son named Michael, who's 25. Our relationship is rocky, and he rarely visits. I often blame myself for not raising him well, especially since my wife passed away when Michael was young. My wife had been weak since she was young, and she died when she was just 45. At her funeral, I didn't care about the disapproving looks from relatives. I felt lost like a child. My son, Michael, stayed strong, urging me to say goodbye to Mom. But my sorrow only lasted during the funeral. At that time, I was running a real estate business passed down from my father. The day after my wife's funeral, I woke up to calls from clients. I had responsibilities to fulfill, and I had to raise Michael on my own. I woke up from my days with those urgent calls and rushed to my office. Simultaneously, I started attending school events and PTA meetings, trying to fill the void left by my wife. But handling work and school commitments alone proved too much. I reluctantly closed my business temporarily and passed my clients to another agency to focus on being there for Michael. However, when I showed up at one of Michael's school events, he glared at me and said, "Dad, I told you not to come." He even whispered, "Don't let anyone know you're my dad," leaving me feeling like a stranger. Today, as I participate in PTA activities, I wear a name tag with the name Walker, unsure of where I truly belong. I couldn't understand why my son suddenly started ignoring me, but it didn't take long for me to figure it out. "Isn't that your dad over there? What's he doing at school on a weekday? Doesn't he have a job?" My mom remarked, "I heard your dad lost his job after your mom passed away." One of Michael's classmates chimed in. Michael stayed quiet, avoiding eye contact as the teasing continued. I hurried over, trying to explain, "I'm just taking a break from work. It's like your summer or winter vacation." But instead of easing the situation, my words only made things worse for Michael. His classmates mocked him further, saying things like, "Your dad's just pretending to take a break. Your family must be struggling financially." Feeling guilty, I realized my attempt to help only backfired. As Michael faced more ridicule from his classmates, his resentment towards me grew. I felt powerless as I witnessed his suffering, unable to intervene. Countless nights, I found myself in tears, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. As Michael entered middle school, he began associating with troubled peers, spending nights away from home and loitering in gas station parking lots until late hours. Cell phones were rare back then, making it difficult to track his whereabouts. With each passing day, Michael's absences increased, leaving me clueless about his activities. I could only apologize when the school called to report complaints from nearby establishments. Whenever I visited Michael's school, he and his unruly friends hurled insults and projectiles at me, further deepening my feelings of inadequacy. Michael's behavior had taken a dangerous turn since starting middle school, leaving me terrified to confront him, fearing his unpredictable reactions. Reflecting on my parenting during his elementary years, I wished I had handled things differently, but I struggled to determine the right approach for addressing his misbehavior. Communicating with a teenager seemed like an insurmountable challenge, leaving me feeling lost and helpless. Michael showed no regard for attending school, frequently skipping classes and even running away during lessons. His academic performance plummeted to the lowest point. During a parent-teacher conference, they mentioned a private high school where Michael could enroll, bringing me a sense of relief. I was grateful that there was an option for him to continue his education. I hoped that the new environment and different classmates would positively influence him, leading to a change in his behavior. Thankfully, after starting high school, Michael began to take his studies more seriously. He dedicated himself to his classes, improving his test scores to above-average levels and eventually securing admission to college. Despite his academic progress, his attitude toward me remained unchanged. He continued to spend little time at home, moving from one friend's house to another. Upon entering college, he opted to live alone in a dorm and supported himself with part-time work to pay his tuition. While I admired his independence, his relationship with me remained distant. Even after he started his job, he showed no inclination to reconnect with his family. One day, completely out of the blue, Michael, whom I hadn't seen for years, called me. He said, "I'm planning to get married." Then he added, "We're meeting at a fancy restaurant next Sunday at 2 p.m., without considering my schedule. I was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. But when I expressed my concerns, he simply responded, "If you can't make it, don't bother," and hung up abruptly. Despite feeling conflicted, I couldn't deny that he was my only son. So I decided to attend the meeting for his sake. When I arrived at the restaurant, his future in-laws were already there, greeting me with rudeness. I retorted, feeling annoyed by their attitude, but they denied having invited me at all. They were as cold as Michael had been on the phone. Meanwhile, Michael stood there with a smirk, seeming like he was up to something. Unsure of his intentions, I reluctantly entered the restaurant. However, instead of discussing Michael's relationship with Sarah, they directed their attention towards me, treating me like an unwelcome guest. To my dismay, Michael began criticizing me in front of Sarah and her family, disregarding the inappropriate timing and setting. Despite my protests, he continued unabated. To make matters worse, Sarah burst into laughter, mocking seriously, "Can someone even find a job with just a middle school education?" Her father chimed in, praising Michael for having a college degree and a job at a prestigious company, contrasting him with me, a high school dropout. Exhausted and frustrated, I almost uttered, "Say what you want, I'm leaving." But before I could, a waiter arrived with the food, apologizing for the delay. I had been so worked up that I had forgotten we hadn't even been served yet. Trying to calm myself down, I resolved to eat quickly and leave. However, when the food arrived, it was only for Michael, Sarah, and her parents. The waiter explained that they had a reservation for 4, giving me a disapproving look. Sarah's mother dismissed me, saying, "He's not part of our family, so don't worry about him," with a fake smile. Feeling humiliated, I watched as the waiter awkwardly retreated, just as I was about to lose my temper. Sarah's dad interrupted me sharply, declaring, "We don't associate with high school dropouts like you. Our family is filled with bank employees and doctors from top companies. You don't belong here. Please leave." His words stung, and I couldn't hold back. "Is education and job status all that matter to you? Seems like your priorities are a bit skewed," I retorted as I stood to depart. In response, Sarah's dad boasted about his job at Bank of America, emphasizing the importance of education and work history. As I made my exit, I sarcastically acknowledged his accomplishment, but they paid me no heed. The following day, I visited Bank of America, where Sarah's dad worked. Despite being labeled a deadbeat by my son, his peers, and Sarah's family, I knew I wasn't one. After my wife's passing, I temporarily closed my real estate business to focus on my son's well-being. However, I want to make it clear that it was only a temporary measure. Following her death, I transitioned my business to online management to prioritize my involvement in my son's school activities and PTA meetings. When I operated a physical store, my clients were mostly local neighbors. However, transitioning to online management opened doors to a wider clientele, including people from small towns located far from the nearest train station and even Americans living abroad. This shift allowed me to receive more inquiries about renting and buying properties from these individuals. The internet enabled me to expand my property portfolio and reach a broader audience, turning what once seemed like a dream into reality. Moreover, I had a keen interest in stocks and investments, which I pursued as a hobby. Currently, I had $50 million invested in Bank of America, where Sarah's dad worked. Upon reaching the bank, I immediately requested to speak with the branch manager and recounted the events from the previous day. "One of your employees mentioned that this bank values trust based on educational background and work history. Due to that statement, I've lost faith in this bank. Could you please proceed with closing my account?" The branch manager apologized profusely and explained the account closure process, visibly distressed. "Oh, I almost forgot something important. There's a tenant in one of my apartments who hasn't paid rent for 2 years. I've been lenient because he's my son, but not anymore. I sent him a notice demanding payment for 2 years' worth of rent." 3 days later, Sarah's dad and my son barged into my house fuming. Why did you report me to the branch manager? That was sneaky, Dad. And what's with the eviction notice? If you're the landlord, at least cover for me. I sighed and replied, I lost trust in the bank after hearing about their judgmental practices. Are you panicking because of one person's comment? Do you have something to hide? And Michael, being family doesn't excuse you from paying rent. Pay up, Sarah's dad retorted. Because of your actions, I received complaints from other clients. My boss even reprimanded me. How dare you? I didn't cause trouble. I simply shared the story with relatives and clients. I didn't tell them to close their accounts. I responded calmly. My son lashed out. What clients, Dad? You're just a deadbeat, right? How could a deadbeat afford to build a huge house like this in such a prime location and still live like this? I even did some renovations recently. I explained, but he looked puzzled, saying, what's that? Did you go into debt or something? I'm really fed up with you. I took a break from my real estate job for a while, then switched to running an online business, which I'm still doing. How many times do I have to explain? I'm not a bum, I told him, and he turned pale. What? I had no clue. I thought you were just working part-time, Sarah's dad yelled. You're a real piece of work, keeping your occupation secret even from your own son. Annoyed, I replied, say what you want, and closed the door. Outside, I heard them shouting, you've ruined my reputation. I'm gonna sue you. I can't believe I've been fooled by my old man for so long. After about 10 minutes of yelling, it seemed they grew tired, and the commotion quieted down. I figured they wouldn't bother returning once they realized their shouting was futile. With a sigh of relief, I headed to the kitchen to brew a cup of coffee. Suddenly, I heard my son's voice outside again, accusing me of being a liar. Peering out the window, I saw Sarah's dad and my son spray painting my front door. You've got to be kidding me. What are they up to? Just as I prepared to confront them, the sound of approaching police sirens caught my attention. Could it be that someone in the neighborhood had called the cops? My suspicion proved correct. Stepping outside, I found the two of them being detained by the police in response to a neighbor's complaint. There he is, that liar. He's ruined my reputation at work, they shouted as the officers calmly escorted them into the patrol car, assuring, we'll handle it from here. One of the officers, noticing me, approached with an oddly cheerful demeanor. Sir, would you mind coming with us to provide your statement? Why me? But I'm the one who's been wronged here. I'll spill all the details on their mischief. I thought as we arrived at the police station, showing the officers a video from my phone, captured by the security camera at my front door. I revealed the entirety of their yelling and antics. This is excellent evidence, the officer exclaimed excitedly, and my interrogation concluded swiftly. My son and Sarah's dad received a stern warning from the police and were required to sign a restraining order to stay away from me. As it turned out, the entire neighborhood had witnessed their bizarre behavior. One of my son's coworkers, who lived nearby, had been gossiping about it at the office. Hey, you won't believe it, but Michael was caught spray painting his own father's house and got taken away by the cops, they exclaimed. I was astonished. Thankfully, I had recorded the entire incident. My son's reputation took a nosedive at work and among clients, resulting in his demotion by his boss. I decided to report the incident once more to Bank of America, where Sarah's dad was employed. Upon showing the manager the security footage from my phone, his expression turned ashen. It wasn't long before I heard that Sarah's dad had been dismissed from his job. Naturally, Sarah called off her engagement with Michael. Both Michael and Sarah's family relocated to a rural area, where they found work at a gas station run by my brother. However, they struggled to adapt, and I had to let them go due to their incompetence. Word around town was that other nearby businesses had similar experiences with Sarah's parents who couldn't hold down a steady job. They bounced between gigs at gas stations and farms as a couple. Additionally, I learned that Sarah had lavished expensive gifts, including watches, on her boyfriends, including my son, and had accrued significant debt as a result. Her parents used their part-time earnings to repay her debts, leaving them financially strained. It remains a mystery how they managed to make ends meet. Fast forward 5 years and my son, now 30, seems to have turned over a new leaf after experiencing kindness in the small town he moved to. He came to me a few times, sincerely apologizing for his past behavior. I was naive and immature. I didn't bother to understand your job and simply dismissed you as a good-for-nothing. I deeply regret it. Witnessing my son's change in attitude, I decided to invite him to live with me. He now works at a company near my home and gradually lends a hand with my work. However, let me be clear, he still has much to learn, and I'm cautious about fully trusting him. While I'm hesitant to delegate all my responsibilities to him, I'll observe his work ethic and attitude closely before making any decisions. If he demonstrates genuine transformation, I may consider passing on the management of my business to him. But if I were to mention this, he might get overly eager and impulsively resign, so I'll keep my plans to myself. Living with my son, I hold on to the hope that one day I'll feel comfortable entrusting him with everything.
It's terrible. It seems Mom has fallen down the stairs at home and gotten hurt. No sooner had I pressed the call button than my husband, Tony, spoke in a panicked voice. What? That's why. Mom's been injured. I'm going to go back to my parents' house for a while to take care of her. I'm leaving the house stuff to you. I thought, my mother-in-law? But she's right in front of me. Right now, I'm happily having coffee with my mother-in-law at her house. What is Tony talking about? As I was puzzled, she gestured to me with her eyes and pressed her index finger to her lips with a shoe. I nodded okay and put my smartphone on speaker mode between my mother-in-law and me. Hey, is it really true that Mom got hurt? Then, I'll rush over to Mom's place right now. I made sure to confirm with my mother-in-law clearly. What? No, it's okay, it's okay. You don't get along with her, right? Leave Mom's care to me. By then, not wanting to continue the conversation any longer, Tony abruptly hung up the phone. I was dumbfounded, and my mother-in-law, who had been holding back her laughter, burst into laughter as soon as the call ended. Let's see how things go for a while. My husband, Tony, completely disinterested in me now, still doesn't know about the secret relationship between my mother-in-law and me. I could envision his pale face in the future, and I couldn't help but smile. My name is Kathy. I have been working as a caregiving assistant since graduating from high school, and I'm now in my 50s. Tony was my high school classmate, and we got married in our late 20s. In the early days of our marriage, I had a problem. It was with his mother, Dorothy. His parents' house was nearby, so I ran into her frequently at the supermarket or when taking out the trash. Naturally, I always greeted her with a smile, but she always ignored me. Having been a well-educated career woman who traveled the world in her younger days, she seemed to disdain me, a high school graduate, as unsuitable for her son. However, I later realized this was a misunderstanding. One day, Dorothy confronted me about why I frequently left home late at night. From her probing gaze, I realized she suspected infidelity. You're always out late at night. I feel sorry for my son. Mom, it's not like that. Actually, the elderly I care for often wander off at night, and their families ask me to help look for them, so I end up out late. When I explained the situation honestly, Dorothy blushed and sincerely apologized for her mistake. I'm really sorry for being rude. I just assumed you were cheating. Seeing Dorothy apologize deeply, I also realized that I had misunderstood her. I shared a story that inspired me to pursue a career in caregiving, and she smiled warmly and looked at me kindly. I once escorted an elderly woman with dementia to the police station when I was a high school student. Seeing how kindly the caregiving assistant spoke to her, I decided I wanted to be a wonderful woman like that, and I chose the path of caregiving. I'm really proud to have become your mother-in-law. Now that I know Dorothy isn't the type to judge people based on education or background, we spend enjoyable times together. grabbing lunch or coffee whenever we can. But problems never cease. About 3 years into our marriage, Tony suddenly started being cold to me. I thought he must be tired from work, so I tried to keep things cheerful. Welcome home. They're showing that movie we watched on our first date on TV today. Want to watch it together? It had become a tradition to prepare popcorn and watch it together whenever it aired on TV. I'm tired of it already. Sorry, but I have work left to do. Tony avoided eye contact and disappeared into his workroom. When I passed by his room after taking a bath, I heard laughter from inside, Tony's laughter, which had become rare recently. I thought, is it an online meeting? But it sounds too fun. I tried not to think too deeply about it and went to my bedroom alone. However, by ignoring these occasional feelings of discomfort, the gap between Tony and me had grown irreparably deep. Previously, on our anniversaries and my birthdays, Tony always remembered to send flowers and gifts, but now he doesn't come home, claiming overtime, and sometimes reeks of alcohol when he does. Why do you smell like alcohol when you said you were working overtime? I demanded. Tony nonchalantly replied that a sudden business dinner had come up, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Gradually, our nights together dwindled, and even if I snuggled up to him in bed, Tony would twist uncomfortably and turn his back to me. My work isn't like your squad caregiving job. I use my brain and get tired. Tony spat out without looking at me. I thought, squad? Is that what he thinks of my job? I take pride in my caregiving work. It's a fulfilling job where I can help people. And while I don't do it just for thanks, it feels good to be appreciated. However, caregiving is not all fun and games, it's mostly tough. And I'm exhausted after work, studying between work and house chores to improve my skills. As anger welled up inside me, I also felt sad to be belittled about my job. But I hated for fights to spoil the atmosphere at home, so I bit my lip and held back. I thought, Tony must just be tired, he doesn't mean it. I kept telling myself this and continued to endure. But my patience was in vain, and the situation worsened. Tony claimed to be working overtime or on business trips, and meals at home became exceedingly rare. When he did eat at home, he was distant, mechanically shoveling food into his mouth. How's the seasoning on the turkey? Should it be stronger? Tony didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard my voice. Hey, listen. What? When I asked about the seasoning again. Turkey? Oh, it doesn't matter as long as it's edible, Tony said with an indifferent face, fiddling with his phone out of my sight. Then, suddenly standing up, he said he had a call from work and left the food to lock himself in his workroom. Tony didn't come out of the room again, and I sighed, looking at the half-eaten meal he had left. It was expensive fish. I had splurged, hoping to energize him after his recent string of late nights. If he wasn't going to eat, I wished he would tell me. I wrapped the leftovers and put them in the fridge for my lunch the next day. The next day, Tony staggered home drunk at 2 a.m. I had reached my breaking point. Hey, can't you at least let me know if you're going to be late? It wasn't much to ask for, a simple message would have sufficed. Some urgent work came up, and I'm tired, so stop nagging. Tony snapped, clumsily kicking off his shoes and dramatically covering his ears with his palms. Nagging? I have to prepare meals and plan my own schedule, you know. Plan? You're always just cooking the same stuff. Who do you think works to afford this nice house anyway? His words, belittling me while drunk, left me speechless. This house was actually built by his mother, Dorothy. And Tony hadn't paid a penny towards it. Besides utilities, which were paid by direct debit, I covered everything else from my salary. Initially, Tony would give me some cash. But he gradually started avoiding the subject. I nearly spoke up, but bit my lip to avoid hurting Tony's pride. Tony seemed to guess what I wanted to say and glared at me, frowning deeply. His right arm moved, and I instinctively braced for a blow. But then he suddenly laughed and gave me a condescending smirk. "Well, your poor parents didn't contribute a penny, did they?" The words were as hurtful as physical violence. "What are you saying?" I was too angry to articulate my thoughts properly as he mocked the parents who had raised me lovingly. Indeed, my family wasn't wealthy, but they had offered to help, which Tony had refused. I remembered the mixed expressions of gratitude and apology on my parents' faces back then. "I'm happy just to be married to Kathy." Back then, I proudly watched Tony as he gently embraced me, thinking I had chosen the right person. Yet now, leaving me dumbfounded, he spat out, "I'm taking a bath," and stormed off to the room. From that day on, Tony started staying at a hotel more than once a week, even though he wasn't on a business trip, and he never informed me beforehand. He claimed it was a busy period at work. But this busy period had been going on for over half a year now. As usual, I was having breakfast alone in the morning when Tony called. "Hey, I'm at the station now. Bring me a change of underwear and a shirt." "What?" "I have to visit a client before I go to the office today." "I can't." "Fine, then come within 10 minutes. Tony hung up abruptly, without any regard for my schedule. Had I become more of a servant than a wife in his eyes? It was already 8 a.m. I left my breakfast, quickly packed a change of clothes in a paper bag, and ran out without even putting on makeup. My hair disheveled. I arrived at the station gasping for breath, where Tony took the paper bag without a word of thanks. "Wait here," he said arrogantly, pointing to the ground as he entered the station restroom to change. When I checked my phone, it was nearly 8:30 a.m. I had promised to be at my client's place by 9 a.m. Tony finally came out of the restroom after changing. The shirt and underwear he had been wearing were crumpled up in the paper bag he handed back to me. Tony glanced at my face, clicked his tongue, and scoffed. "At least put on some makeup, won't you?" He mocked my disheveled appearance and hurriedly walked towards the ticket gate. I thought, "It's your fault." I wanted to shout at Tony's back, but I had no time for arguments. I shook my hair again and ran to my client's house. After finishing my work and returning home, I took Tony's laundry out of the bag, and a sweet scent filled the air. At first, I thought it was the hotel soap. But the fragrance was too strong, it had to be perfume. When I told Tony about it after he came home, he visibly panicked. "Ah. That. It's just the perfume of the woman next to me on the crowded train." As he nervously rambled on about things I hadn't even asked, my suspicion only deepened. The next day, Tony came home unusually early, holding a pink paper bag. "Actually, I've been looking for a perfume that suits you recently. So maybe that's why my shirt smelled." "Why? It's not even my birthday." Confusion overtook any sense of delight, and I inadvertently frowned. "What? I can't give you something even if it's not a special day?" Ungrateful. Tony seemed displeased by my reaction, threw his bag on the sofa, and sulked. A few days later, while I was having coffee at Dorothy's house on a weekend, Tony, who had said he was working, called shortly after leaving the house. It's terrible. It seems Mom has fallen down the stairs at home and gotten hurt. He spoke loudly, so his voice leaked from the smartphone. I thought, my mother-in-law? But she's right in front of me. As I was puzzled, Dorothy gestured with her eyes and shushed me by pressing her index finger to her lips. I placed the smartphone on speaker mode between Dorothy and myself. Hey? Did Mom really get hurt? I pressed Tony for clarification, wanting Dorothy to hear him clearly. That's what I'm saying. Then, I'll rush to the family home right now. As I said this, Tony replied in a flustered voice. What? You don't get along with her, do you? Leave her to me. I'm going to the family home to take care of her for a while. I'm more qualified for caregiving. I said it's fine. By then. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Tony hung up abruptly. Dorothy, who had been holding back her laughter, burst out laughing once the call ended. Let's see how it goes for a while. Since Dorothy suggested it, I decided to watch the situation for a while too. A week later, Tony came home to pick up some clothes. Hey, how's Mom doing? I pretended to be genuinely concerned and asked Tony in a nurturing tone. The surgery went well, and she'll be discharged soon. I mercilessly pointed out the contradiction in Tony's words. What? Weren't you supposed to be on home care? Tony made a face that said he'd been caught and started making excuses at a rapid pace. Yeah. That's right. He was rushed to the hospital with a sudden illness. Had surgery, and then fell and sprained his ankle during rehab at the hospital. Stupid, right? What? A sudden illness? It wasn't an injury? I didn't ease up on my questioning. Sweat started to bead on Tony's face. Recently, he had been quite subdued, but now he looked pathetically flustered. And I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, the door of the next room swung open with force. Let's hear more about that, said Dorothy, who had been waiting in the next room, crossing her arms as she appeared. Tony, caught off guard by his mother's sudden entrance, just gaped, opening and closing his mouth like a fish. What? I thought you two didn't get along. It seemed Tony still believed that his mother and I were not on good terms. No wonder, as there had been virtually no real conversation between Tony and me for years. I had tried several times to tell Tony that any misunderstandings with Dorothy had been cleared up, and we were now like friends. It was Tony who had been avoiding conversation with me. Suddenly, Tony seemed to have an idea and exclaimed, Mom? That was Kathy's misunderstanding. Yeah. It was Mr. Owen, a senior colleague who slipped and severely injured himself at home. His excuse, unfit for an adult professional, made me look at him with a cold eye. Then, I casually pulled out my smartphone from my pocket and tapped the screen. Leave Mom to me. I'm going to the family home to take care of her for a while. By then, I had recorded a phone call from Tony from a week ago, starting midway through the call. I clearly hear Mom though. Watching Tony turn pale as his big lie was exposed, Dorothy and I couldn't hold back our laughter any longer. Then Dorothy abruptly stopped laughing, furrowed her brow, and took a deep breath. You. Which mom have you been taking care of? Tony, scolded by his mother, collapsed in shock. He had once told me that he had rarely been scolded by his mother. Looking up at Dorothy with teary eyes, Tony seemed just like a little child. What? You hated Kathy too, didn't you? You always belittled her caregiving job. Tony tried to shift the blame to Dorothy in a near-crying voice. That's because I saw Kathy leaving the house at night and suspected she was cheating. I would never belittle her caregiving work. Dorothy began to explain a connection between herself and me that Tony still didn't know about. The elderly woman I had taken to the police station in high school, which had inspired her to pursue caregiving, was actually Dorothy's mother and Tony's grandmother. When I had first visited Tony's home to formally announce our marriage, the grandmother had already passed away, so I hadn't realized who she was. What? Tony exclaimed in a stunned voice. I have nothing but gratitude for Kathy. I respect such a kind-hearted person like her. I would never disdain or mock her. Though Tony had been looking meek earlier, he suddenly looked up and glared at me. Damn it. I married you thinking that someday you'd take care of my parents. Because you work in caregiving. If not for that, why would I choose a poor high school graduate like you? Saying this, Tony threw socks and a tie from his bag at me in a fit of childish anger. Overwhelmed by his immaturity, I was more appalled than angry. Dorothy stepped between Tony and me, shielding me. You shouldn't judge people by their backgrounds. I stopped Dorothy from raising her hand against Tony and gestured to her to look at the time. It's about time, Mom. This isn't the end, Tony. Right, let's get to the main point then. Tony defiantly rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. Is there still more? Just then, the doorbell rang as if on cue. Hello from Flower Garden. A lively female voice was heard, and as I opened the front door, a young woman in her early 20s stood there holding a bouquet. I invited her inside. Confused but following along, she gasped in surprise when she saw Tony sitting on the floor. What? Tony. Yikes. Tony made a strangled noise upon seeing the woman's face. The florist looked back and forth between Tony and us, her expression full of suspicion. What's going on here? As the woman questioned Tony, he screamed as if in agony and fled into the next room, slamming and locking the door behind him. I don't know you. It's a case of mistaken identity. We are strangers to each other. From his clumsy tone, it was clear Tony was in considerable confusion. What? It's me, Alyssa. We were together just this morning. Ha. No, it's a mistake. Alyssa, who had introduced herself, called out to Tony through the door. But he had clammed up, probably cowering and covering his ears, waiting for things to cool down. Seeing my husband reduced to such a pathetic state, I was beyond anger or sadness. What do you mean? He's definitely my fiancé. What have you done to him? Alyssa's anger was directed not at the fleeing Tony, but at Dorothy and me. Actually, Dorothy and I had known about Alyssa beforehand. The day after Tony made a false call about his mother being injured, we became certain of his affair and headed to a detective agency. Evidence of Tony's infidelity was easily found, and the other party was the clerk at the florist's, where he used to buy flowers for my birthday. The detective suggested that Alyssa might not know Tony was married. She seemed happy talking to colleagues about her upcoming marriage. Dorothy and I had pondered how to convince Alyssa that Tony was married, and how to corner the argumentative Tony effectively. Yesterday, after Tony said he'd come to pick up some things, I immediately contacted Dorothy and hurriedly reserved a bouquet at the florist where Alyssa worked. Alyssa, I'm sorry to involve you in this. I am Tony's wife, Kathy. I apologized to Alyssa for involving her in the plan, and told her politely that I was Tony's wife. What? Don't lie. I'm going to marry him. Please don't interfere. Seeing Alyssa's disbelief reinforced my conviction that carrying out this plan was the right decision. Words alone wouldn't have convinced her that Tony was already married. I showed Alyssa a wedding album I had prepared on the table. She gasped sharply, hesitantly took the album, and slowly turned the pages. After returning the album to me, Alyssa bit her lip and clenched her fists, holding back tears. Suddenly, she apologized to me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Seeing such an honest and good person being deceived intensified my anger towards Tony again. Tony! Come out here. Alyssa yelled towards the room Tony had fled into, pounding on the door with her clenched fists. Despite everything, Tony continued to remain silent. Alyssa had even introduced Tony as her fiancé to her father. She mentioned that her father was pleased upon hearing the name of Tony's company, believing it was reputable. My father is the president of a client company that does business with yours. You might know it as Morris Trading. Morris Trading was a well-known major corporation. When Alyssa mentioned the company name, the door to the room Tony had escaped into burst open. What? I didn't know about this. Tony emerged pale-faced, tripped on the carpet, crawled on the floor, and clung to Alyssa's legs. Alyssa, I'm sorry. Tony grabbed her hands, spouting insincere lines like, I love you. And you're the only one for me. I was planning to divorce her when I met you. It's true. Tony jetted his chin towards me. It was clear he meant me when he said her. What? I can't believe this. I'm glad I didn't end up marrying a scumbag like you. Alyssa turned back to me. Thank you for telling me, Kathy. Alyssa, who had been standing up for me, brushed off Tony's hands as if shaking off dirt. So be it. I really wanted to marry Alyssa, but if she hates me, we'll break up. Despite the dire situation, Tony seemed relieved. As if he thought he could end it here. He was despicably cowardly. However, Alyssa's next words plunged him into despair. What? You think this is over? I will never forgive you for deceiving not just me, but my father too. I will sue for compensation. So no. Tony crawled on the floor, then clung to his mother's legs. Help me. Mom. Dorothy, like Alyssa, shook him off. I've pampered you too much, because you had no father. Hurting a young woman and the kind Kathy, this time. I must teach you a proper lesson. So, I don't have the money to pay the compensation. Tony, though well paid, had almost no savings. Recently, multiple notices from consumer loans had been frequently arriving for Tony. I had noticed that his spending had become extravagant over the years. He had custom-made expensive suits and shopped at overseas boutiques, often visiting hair salons, probably to impress the young Alyssa. Alyssa, who had been involved with such a despicable man, glared at him angrily. I will contact you through a lawyer. Don't ever show up in front of me again. Alyssa spoke firmly to Tony and nodded at me before leaving. As we watched her leave, Dorothy and I turned back to Tony. When Dorothy called his name, Tony visibly flinched. You're just like your father. His looks and his deeds. Once, Dorothy's husband, Tony's father, had cheated with a younger woman, fathered a child, and eventually abandoned the family. Dorothy and I left the lifeless shell of a man that was Tony behind, and walked out of the house. I couldn't bear to live under the same roof with Tony anymore and decided to stay with Dorothy for a while. The next day, I received a call from Melissa. She had seen my mobile number on the flower reservation slip and decided to call. Alyssa's father had promptly called Tony's company to complain. He even threatened to terminate their business dealings. But senior executives from both companies desperately tried to calm him down. Although they managed to avoid terminating the deal, Tony was demoted and sent to a subsidiary in a rural area of Southeast Asia. Alyssa successfully sued Tony and obtained the desired compensation. "Kathy, I'm truly sorry. It's only you for me, come with me." Covered in debt from alimony and credit loans, and ultimately forced to go alone to a rural area abroad, Tony, with tears and snot running down his face, grabbed my hand and pleaded for reconciliation. "I have my caregiving job, so I can't follow you. Make sure you work hard and pay Alyssa the compensation." I left the divorce papers on the table, packed my things, and left the house. I didn't ask for any compensation for myself. I didn't want to burden Dorothy, and I could live well enough on my own earnings. Months later, I passed the certified caregiver exam. Dorothy, no longer my mother-in-law but still rejoicing as if it were her own success. And I continued to enjoy our chats and coffee breaks. We were bound by a deep friendship that transcended our former familial ties. Occasionally, we reflected on the past. But we both looked forward without dwelling on it, enjoying our new lives. My name is Wendy Stone, and I work in architecture at a major house-building company. I decided to master this job while I was a student. My father, who died in an accident shortly after I started middle school, had always dreamed of obtaining his architect's license and starting his ideal company. Unfortunately, he passed away before realizing that dream. I vowed to fulfill his dream in his stead. From that time, I have lived with a goal in mind. I am now married and live with my husband, Ryan. We do not have children. I love my work and knew that having children would change my ability to work as before. When we married, Ryan understood that I did not want children at the moment. "Wendy, good job today. Do you have time after the meeting? What's up? I have some things I'd like to discuss, and maybe we could go out for a drink? How about we have a small home party instead? I have some good wine at home." "That sounds great. I'd love to go. Then, let's do some shopping after the meeting and head home early for once." Yay! As promised, I left work early that day, taking Katie, my most cherished junior colleague, back to my apartment. We quickly prepared some easy dishes and some delicatessen bought from the supermarket and began drinking. Although we had gone out to drink and eat many times before, this was the first time I had invited her to my home. Being at home, we drank without restraint. "Since it's a day off tomorrow, why don't you stay over? But your husband will be home soon, right? I really shouldn't impose. He'll be back soon, but it's totally fine." While we were talking, my husband came home. "I'm home." "Oh. Do we have a guest?" "Welcome back. This is Katie, a junior colleague from work. We're having a little home party today." "Nice to meet you. I've always been taken care of by Wendy." "No problem. Can I join too?" "Sure, I'll get you a glass." And so, the three of us ended up drinking together. Little did I know, this would lead to a turn in my life. Having just finished a big project and due to continuous overtime, I was quite tired and fell asleep early on the sofa, leaving the two of them alone. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I could vaguely see them having fun in the distance. I wondered if they were still drinking, but I went back to sleep. When I woke up the next day, Katie was gone. Good morning, you slept well. It's already noon. Wow. I slept that much. Where's Katie? She left this morning. I drove her to the station. She said not to wake you up because you were tired. Such a considerate junior. I'm sorry, you must have been up late, right? No, we didn't drink that late. At this moment, I felt something odd about my husband's words, but didn't pursue it further. I clearly remembered waking up in the middle of the night. I thought they had been enjoying their time drinking late, but why he hid that fact? Whether he was considerate of me, I said nothing at the time. Then, 3 months passed, and I invited Katie to drink at home again. I'm not feeling well lately, I've stopped drinking. What's wrong? Are you ill? It's nothing serious, maybe I've been drinking too much lately. I see. Let me know if there's anything. My husband would be happy too, so come visit again. Ah. Yes. Weeks later, after finishing overtime, I came home to find Ryan and Katie there. Oh. What's up? Did you come to visit? Though, it seems like that's not the case. Wendy, could you sit down? What? Actually, that day when we drank together and you fell asleep, Katie and I ended up alone, and I was giving her some advice. We started talking regularly since then because we still had things to discuss. Okay. Since then, we've met several times without telling you. Ah, I see. Why didn't you tell me? Was there a reason you couldn't say anything? Wendy, I'm really sorry. Katie and I are dating. What? I'm really sorry, she's pregnant. It's my child. Wendy, could we get a divorce? Wait, what? Katie is the junior I've been caring for, right? I know that very well, that's why I'm truly sorry. Katie was just crying next to Ryan. Normally, this situation would be very unsettling, but I was thinking calmly at the time. Perhaps, being so dedicated to my work, I must have been a boring wife to him. Although there was a problem with the person he cheated with, I wasn't very shocked by the fact that he cheated. I'm okay with the divorce. I don't need any compensation. But if Katie is pregnant, it's best she quits her job. I can't keep looking after a junior who's pregnant with my husband's child. Wendy. Katie, there's no use crying. If anyone should be crying, it's me who was betrayed by both my husband and my junior. Yet if you cry so much, I can't even do that. I maintained my composure until the end. I can live on my own, and Ryan probably wanted children sooner or later. So this is for the best. That was my honest feeling at the time. Wendy, thank you truly. This is an amicable divorce, I appreciate it. Normally, this kind of story would become very complicated. Since I accepted it so easily, it's natural that Ryan and Katie would feel grateful to me. However, I couldn't forget the frustration I felt at that time. After our divorce was finalized, they got married and became a family. I have my own life goals. I wanted to think that this was the right decision for me. Sometime after the divorce, I got in touch with a senior from university, who had always been on the same career path as me. He was 2 years older than me, and we had met in various exams, and always clicked well in conversation. He had joined a different major company before me, and we occasionally kept in touch. But the contact naturally faded after he got married and employed. Wendy, long time no see. I heard through the grapevine that a powerhouse career woman got divorced. So I thought now would be a good time to boldly ask you out to dinner. Are you available? If it were you, Jeff, I would have come running even if I were still married. Obviously, I couldn't ask then. It would have been disrespectful to your husband. You're as thoughtful as ever, Jeff. I'm free today, actually. Great. Let's go out today then. This was the first time I was going out to eat with someone after the divorce. Since then, I hadn't thought much about anything other than work. With dinner with Jeff planned, I was actually a bit excited about something other than work. The afternoon flew by, and I finished work a bit early, got ready, and headed to our meeting place. Jeff arrived at the restaurant right on time. It's been a while. Wendy, really long time no see. I've been hearing about your achievements. How have you been? After the divorce, things were a bit hectic, but it's settled down now. I'm thinking about planning the next steps for my work. It must have been tough. Is everything okay with that now? I think they're probably living peacefully now that they've remarried. And I've moved on and am living comfortably on my own. That's tough. As for me, I'm still the same, always alone. How's work going? I've been keeping an eye on your successes too. I actually invited you today to talk about work. When I heard you got divorced, I honestly thought, now's the time. What do you mean? Wendy. How about we start that company you've always dreamed of, together? Me? With you, Jeff? I've always thought if I were to go independent, I'd do it with you. But when you got married, I was unsure about the future. And just hung around at my current company. I never thought you'd think so highly of me, Jeff. Wendy, I've always known you've been setting goals for your future for a long time. I don't want to get in your way, but if being by your side can help make a shortcut. And if I can be of help, I'd like to start a business together. Is that okay? Thank you. But please let me think about it a little. Of course, I'm thinking positively. Understood. Let's put this conversation aside for now and just enjoy today. Let's eat and drink a lot. Yes. I had never considered starting a business with someone else. Should I involve someone else in the simple childhood dream of fulfilling my father's dream? I have always respected Jeff, he's reliable. And more importantly, he has achievements and connections. If I were to start a company, he would be the best partner. Today was truly enjoyable, and we spent a long time reminiscing about the old days. From this day on, Jeff and I started going out to eat more frequently. At this time, I found myself enjoying the time spent with Jeff. Looking forward to meeting him again, and feeling a different emotion. Perhaps if I had felt this way about Ryan, we wouldn't have ended up divorcing. And then, I made a big decision. To put an end to what had been with Jeff and start anew. That was my resolution. Today, I was going to see Jeff. Jeff, sorry for the sudden visit today. It's always something with you, Wendy, but I'm used to it now. That's right. I have something important to discuss today. Oh. Yes. Jeff, even though I've failed once, will you date me with the intention of getting married? Ah. What? Sorry it's so sudden. No. I mean, I thought we were talking about work, so I was surprised. Let me answer you straight. We don't need any conditions. Let's get married. Really? I've liked you since college, Wendy, so there's no reason for me to refuse your proposal. Does that mean I took the long way around? You stopped contacting me after you got a job, and before I knew it, you got married. I thought I shouldn't disturb you once you became a working professional. That's very like you, Wendy. But now that we've reconnected, I'm satisfied. From that moment, we started dating. Reconnecting with him whom I've known for so long, I fell in love with him. And the concern of fulfilling my father's dream with someone else seemed less significant. If that someone was my partner in marriage. We prepared to start our marriage and our company. Clearly defining our work-life balance and enjoying the little time we had as lovers. We continued our jobs while preparing for independence. And simultaneously designed and built a new house with an office on the first floor. And our home on the second and third floors. My new life began with a divorce. Soon, we would leave our current companies and start a big challenge. Still, as long as we were together, I felt nothing but positive. And surprisingly, I told him I wanted children, something I had never felt before. We were simply happy. And once the construction of our new home was completed, our new life truly began. Our work went smoothly, and we became a topic in the industry due to our well-prepared start. Then one day, Ryan called. Ryan? What's up? Wendy, could we meet sometime soon? What's the matter? I have something I want to discuss. Just hold on a moment. I put Ryan on hold and told Jeff about the call at the desk where he was working. And checked if it was okay to go. We just started our new office, and I'm busy. Could you come to the office instead? I conveyed this to Ryan. He seemed surprised. Then, he said he would visit with Katie and the child. I gave him the address and hung up. With a wonderful person like Jeff and in such a stylish office that we designed. Ryan wouldn't think his cheating ex-wife is living an unhappy life. Anyone would see that we are happy, don't worry. And then, Ryan visited the office with Katie. From the look of it, Katie didn't have the same sparkle she had when she worked with me. Appearing plain and not showing any signs of happiness. Sorry for intruding. Wendy, it's been a while. Sorry to bother you while you're busy. It's fine, take a seat for now. This office is impressive. You really made your dream come true. Congratulations. Thank you, but there's still a long way to go. Here's some coffee. I designed this place and started the company with him. Nice to meet you. I'm working over there, so please take your time. Sorry for barging into your office like this. So, what's going on? Katie, you seem quite different. Is everything not going well? Actually, soon after Wendy and I divorced, I was laid off and lost my job. What? I looked for a job right away but couldn't find anything, and then our child was born. I wanted to care for them, so I've been working part-time jobs that allow me some freedom. But I can't keep this up forever. So why come to me? Well, I was hoping you could introduce me to some work. Even if it's not for me, maybe you could talk to Katie's former workplace to take her back. I was a bit troubled when Jeff intervened. Sorry to interrupt, but isn't it wrong to ask her for that? What? I don't mean to speak out of turn, but she's my wife. I'd appreciate it if you didn't underestimate her. Considering what you two have done, why would you even come here? Isn't it shameful? It's disgraceful. Let's go home. Katie, if you're confident in the work you did at the company, why not contact them yourself? I always thought of you as a competent subordinate. Have confidence. Wendy. Don't look so sad. It's not good for the child if their mom looks like that. You were right to divorce him. Found a good man and moved on quickly, huh? How can you say that? But it's true, right? Maybe you planned that day when Katie came? Waiting for something to happen between us. That's terrible. Just go home. That's right, please leave. She's not like that, and I was the one who contacted her after a long time. It's not like she reached out because we divorced. Wow. But even when you're together, all she thinks about is work, right? It must not be fun. We keep work as work. We make sure to go out on dates every week. And thoroughly enjoy our time together, don't we? It seems that wasn't the case when you were married. But ultimately, you say you don't want kids because you're career people, right? That's why you can't really be a family. That was your experience, was it? She told me she wants children once things settle down with the office. We brought the living quarters upstairs to make it easier for her to work. Katie. Let's go. Yes. Wendy, you were right to divorce me. Be happy. Ryan, take care. Treat Katie well. That day, I showed my ex-husband my success. I don't know what they're up to now, but I hope, since that day, they have managed to turn things around and are doing well. A year later, we welcomed our long-awaited baby. I worked hard during my pregnancy, but now I'll let my husband handle the work, while I focus on raising our child. I am undoubtedly happy. My father, too, must be smiling down from afar. After the funeral of my father-in-law, my mother-in-law rushed over to me with a broad smile. Ashley, everything's been taken care of, right? Yes, all that's left is to hand over the empty lunch boxes to the contractor. Good. I can handle that. So, Ashley. My mother-in-law glanced at Jack and they nodded to each other. Barely containing her laughter, she grinned at me and blurted out. You're no longer needed. Get out. The maid can get divorced and leave. I let out a small sigh and bowed my head in feigned disappointment. Then nodded as if giving up. I understand. I thought, all according to plan. They burst into excitement, and Jack hurriedly pulled out the divorce papers. Come on. Write it now. I can't stand it if you pretend not to know later. I was barely holding back my eagerness to write. This moment was something I had been waiting for. My name is Ashley Baker. I married into this family at 25, and it's been 10 years now. Before I knew it, I had reached an age where pregnancy is considered high risk. I met Jack at work. He was 35, 10 years older than me. We started dating and, surprisingly, it was comfortable, so we decided to get married. But I never imagined that this marriage was just to secure a caretaker. The shock came right after we got married. Initially, we planned to look for an apartment together. But Jack, without any remorse, said to me, "It's a waste to pay rent. Let's live with my parents." That's settled then. That wasn't the plan. I protested in a panic. But, we're newlyweds, I think living together from the start is a bit. No, being newlyweds doesn't matter. You need to live with us for my parents' sake. Your parents? Why? Because my dad needs care. The more hands, the better. This was news to me. Huh? But he looked fine when I greeted him before. He just had a bad leg then. You wouldn't know it from a quick look. Jack laughed it off. Apparently, his father had an accident that worsened his condition, making it difficult to walk. His father was already 75 at the time of our marriage. Certainly, it wasn't surprising for someone of his age to have physical issues. Jack's parents had him later in life and were much older. His father was already 40 when Jack was born. I had never thought about the age of a spouse's parents before. But who would have thought that at 25, marrying a 35-year-old would suddenly lead to caring for a 75-year-old? Maybe I should have been concerned about their ages. Jack added insult to injury as he saw my confusion. That's the situation, so I'll take care of food and shelter. In return, Ashley, quit your job soon. What? But I said I didn't plan to quit my job even after getting married, right? We had discussed this before marriage. Unless I got pregnant, I wanted to continue working as usual. Jack had agreed to this. Huh? Did you say that? Well, it's realistically impossible to work while caring. You might not get enough sleep at night. It's better for you to quit, for your own good. His tone made it clear he intended to dump everything on me. This wasn't what I had agreed to. If that was the case, I'd rather call off the marriage. I'd even be okay with getting a divorce. My true feelings bubbled up inside, but for some reason, I couldn't voice them. I've always been a people pleaser and bad at expressing my own opinions. Even now, although I absolutely hated the idea of being a caretaker, I didn't want to be seen as cold-hearted for refusing, so I hesitated in my response. Amidst this, my mother-in-law was all smiles. Lucky us to have a young bride. I'm too old to take care of Dad, and Jack is busy with work. Ashley, you'll manage the household and care, and support our family. I'm counting on you. Haha. Unable to say I'd handle it, I just gave a vague smile. When I first met her during our marriage greeting, she seemed straightforward and kind. However, as I talked more with her, I realized my mother-in-law's true nature. She was the type who thought of those around her as her servants. In the end, without the resolve to divorce and escape, my married life began in my in-laws' house. Jack said, if you can balance care, housework, and a job, then you don't need to quit. But that was impossible, and I resigned from my job early on. Living at my in-laws, my life felt more like that of a maid than a newlywed bride. I woke up earlier and went to bed later than anyone. If my father-in-law needed the bathroom in the middle of the night, I was there regardless of the time. Moreover, my mother-in-law was particular about taste and nutrition in meals, and would nag if I cut corners. Ashley, have you ever studied cooking? Or are you making it this strong because you find us annoying? I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. I thought I was cooking normally, following recipes to the letter. But if it wasn't to my mother-in-law's liking, it wasn't good enough. This is harder than any job. Jack, far from being supportive, was indifferent, busy with games and his smartphone. I didn't understand why I had gotten married. If we had had a child, maybe the situation would have been different. But no, they would have just dumped childcare and care on me as well. Yet, as if to add insult to injury, there were no signs of pregnancy. The only solace was that, although caregiving was hard, my father-in-law was a kind person. He repeatedly thanked me as I awkwardly provided care. I'm sorry to have you take care of an old man like me every day. Don't say you're an old man. I'd like to rely on a helper, but my mother-in-law dislikes having strangers at home. She won't listen even if I say so. I could somewhat imagine my mother-in-law's disapproving face, which made me laugh a bit. Then I guess I better do my best. Thank you. But please don't overdo it. As I spent more time with my father-in-law, I found our conversations increasingly enjoyable. He seemed to trust me, confiding his worries in secret. His concerns were somewhat indescribable. Our family was relatively wealthy, and the assets and savings had been accumulated during his time as a company employee. Before I became like this, I was able to manage everything myself. Lately, it seems my mother-in-law, Diane, and Jack have been quietly withdrawing and using the money. They both use the card to withdraw, so they haven't noticed the balance decreasing. But it seems they've already spent quite a bit. What? To withdraw without permission. Isn't that terrible? No, if that makes those kids happy, it's fine. But, you see, the person I'm most indebted to now is you, Ashley. I really want to leave something for you too. Is there a good way? Just knowing he felt this way made me happy. It's okay. Talking with you like this is a break for me. As time passed, I continued to hope that I could care for him peacefully until his end. But the cruel passage of time spared no one. My father-in-law, once so calm and clear-headed, developed dementia. At first, it was just minor forgetfulness, but gradually, he became more confused and irritable. Did you steal it? Hand it over now, or I'll call the police. Here's the passbook. Please, be at ease. His delusions and misconceptions intensified, making him seem like a completely different person. It's the disease, unavoidable. I told myself this, though memories of the peaceful times with him made it very hard. He even began to scream in the middle of the night. Don't make him scream so loudly. The neighbors will look at us with disdain. Stay up and watch him. Diane blamed me hysterically. That's impossible. I already wake up frequently to take care of him. I can't do more, especially not prevent it in advance. There are ways to stop him. Figure something out. That's not something. Watching and being cautious won't solve this. Gagging him was out of the question. To prevent Diane from harming him, I stayed up every night to check on him. Father, calm down. It's okay. There was no thief. I've checked. Shut up. I can't trust what you say. Don't touch me. I'll call the police. My father-in-law repeatedly threatened to call the police. All I could do was try to calm him down. After 5 years of his dementia worsening, home care continued because Diane refused to consider a facility or hospital. I was completely exhausted. Of course, the problem wasn't just with my father-in-law. Diane remained as self-centered as ever, and Jack was no different. Sadly, humans adapt, and I gradually became accustomed to it. It wasn't that their words didn't bother me, but I learned to let things slide or simply agree. Giving up without hope made things slightly easier. That applied to Diane's hysterics, snide remarks, and nagging too. After enduring it for so many years, I no longer panicked or tensed up over small things. Ashley. The cleaning in the bathroom and the toilet was sloppy. Especially the toilet, since guests might use it. You need to do better. Diane sighed as she criticized me. I used to panic and apologize for such comments, but now I just handled them calmly. Understood, I'll take care of it when I'm free. When you're free. What are you talking about? Do it now. Understood. Jack looked at me with utter disdain. You always look so displeased, it's annoying. You're gloomy, and somehow you make the whole house feel dark. Yet he doesn't propose divorce because he knows they'd be in trouble without me. Neither Diane nor Jack could handle the general housework and caregiving. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble because I promised myself and my father-in-law that I would see him through to the end. Once he's gone, I'll leave this house immediately. It's unlikely that Diane and Jack will try to stop me. Once my father-in-law passes, they'll likely dispose of me too. They prefer someone who flusters and caters to them. Not someone who reacts minimally like I do now. Being imperturbable in the face of their sarcasm is the least amusing thing for them. I don't regret deciding to marry, but sometimes when I think of my parents, my heart tightens. They would never imagine that their daughter, who married to find happiness, would be treated this way. After marrying, I hardly returned home because I couldn't leave my father-in-law behind. My family home and my in-laws' home are separated by a train ride, making day trips difficult. Even if I could make a day trip, Diane and Jack alone couldn't handle my father-in-law for nearly a full day. Once everything is over, I'll tell my parents. Until then, I don't want to worry them. Young lady, you seem very tired. Are you okay? Ah, yes, I'm fine. My father-in-law often forgot about me now. However, when not possessed by his delusions, he was as gentle as he used to be. Is that so? Don't overdo it. You are a precious daughter to your parents. Yes. If I told my parents about my situation, they would definitely tell me to come home. But no matter how hard it is, I can't abandon my father-in-law. I'll watch over you until the end. Thank you. He thanked me, bewildered, which was very much like him, yet it was somehow sad. And then the day came. My father-in-law passed away just a few days after turning 90. When I went to check on him in the morning, he had passed away as if he were sleeping. Seeing his peaceful face, I felt a mix of sadness, relief, loneliness, and accomplishment. The relief that it was finally over was the strongest. I no longer needed to be here. I informed Diane and Jack about my father-in-law's passing and started to take action. The wake and the funeral went smoothly. After all the relatives had gone home and everything was cleaned up, Diane rushed over to me with a full smile. Ashley, everything's been taken care of, right? Yes, all that's left is to hand over the empty lunchboxes to the contractor. Good. I can handle that. So, Ashley. Diane exchanged glances with Jack, they both nodded at each other. Unable to contain her laughter, she grinned at me and blurted out. You're no longer needed. Get out. As she finished speaking, Diane Baker, ever so kindly, threw my everyday tote bag at me. Indeed, everything I needed was inside it. Are you saying I should leave right now? I asked while looking at the bag, and it was Jack who replied, not Diane. The maid can get divorced and leave. Diane smiled even wider at his words. They both looked like schoolchildren who had found a new toy, completely oblivious to the fact that this toy had emotions and was quietly setting a trap. I let out a small sigh and deliberately looked disappointed as I nodded resignedly. I understand. I thought, all according to plan. The childlike two burst into excitement, and Jack quickly pulled out the divorce papers. Here. Write it now. I can't stand it if you pretend you didn't know later. Even if he didn't speak so aggressively, I was barely holding back my eagerness to write. This moment was one I had long awaited. As I finished writing, Jack tried to snatch the paper, but I deftly dodged him. What are you doing? You're not going to say you won't divorce at this point, are you? Of course not. But since we're divorcing, I want to make sure everything is in order with my own eyes. A divorce not filed, after all, would be hell. I suggested we go to the city office together to ensure there would be no issues. Considering this family, I expected some resistance, but surprisingly, they agreed easily. There's no point in arguing about this. Let's just submit it quickly. Indeed. If we don't hurry, the lawyer will arrive. They apparently wanted to discuss the will and inheritance. This family had always left the management of its assets to a dedicated lawyer. They wanted to get rid of me quickly so I wouldn't be involved in this discussion. The sight of the three of us in morning clothes at the office window confused the staff. But the divorce was processed smoothly. Now you and I are strangers. Wow, 15 years sure felt long. Now I'm single again. Dad's inheritance is coming in. The future looks bright. We better hurry back to welcome Mr. Thompson. Ashley, this is goodbye for you here. Call a taxi or something. Make your own way back. They were adamant about keeping me out of the inheritance discussions. Not that I had any intention of joining. Then, I nodded, and when I looked up, Jack and his daughter were already getting into their car. I had no regrets about parting ways with such a disrespectful family. Father, take care, I said silently in the direction of my former in-laws' house. And then called my parents to report my divorce. After getting off the train and taking a breath, I walked through the gate to see my mother waving at me with a bright smile. Congratulations on your divorce, Ashley. Her words and expression were so mismatched that I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. My father was waiting in the car and, seeing me, he too cheerfully said, Congratulations on your divorce. You did well, Ashley. You're our pride and joy. Really, it's good you came back. It's great you weren't tied down. Afterwards, my parents continued to praise me. I couldn't share everything about my married life with them. But perhaps they sensed something. At 42, returning home divorced, they encouraged me as much as they could. I felt relieved by my parents' warmth and care. Falling asleep in the few minutes it took to get home from the station. At home, they treated me like a guest. I had the first bath. The dinner table was laden with my favorite dishes, almost embarrassingly so. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Pampering you only for today. That's right. Tomorrow you start job hunting. There's no food for an unemployed person here. The warm meal was delicious, and eating together with laughter felt wonderful. It had been a long time since I had a morning without being woken up in the night. I stretched and checked my smartphone by the pillow. An intrusive name appeared on it. I hadn't noticed due to the silent mode. But there were numerous calls from Diane since early in the morning. The earliest was just past 5 a.m. It's fine if she wants to wake up early. But that's not a reasonable hour to call someone else. Diane always lacks common sense, probably thinking the world revolves around her. I can guess why she called, but I have no obligation to call back so early in the morning. Leaving the smartphone on the bed, I went downstairs. My mother was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. I wondered if I should tell her about Diane's calls when the home phone rang. Could it be? It was just past 7 a.m. Even for Diane, calling an ex-daughter-in-law's parents at this hour would be unusual. But I had underestimated her. The conversation couldn't be heard. But it was clear from my father's twisted face that it was an unpleasant call. After about 5 minutes, he hung up. Dad, could it be? He nodded slowly. Diane had started the call with, I need to talk to your daughter. Bring her out now. When my father said, She's divorced and back home with us. We are strangers now. Don't call her your daughter-in-law, Diane wouldn't listen. She was furious. No matter how politely we spoke, it was useless. She was so persistent that I just hung up and unplugged the phone line. My father laughed as he said it, dependable as always. But Diane's lack of common sense was relentless. After breakfast, My phone showed dozens more missed calls. She's desperately trying. She must have realized something. At this rate, she might storm our house. As I was considering what to do, my phone rang again in my hand. Better to set a place for a meeting myself than to let my parents be troubled by her. Taking a deep breath, I prepared a call recording app and answered the phone. Finally, you answered. Really? After all those calls, normally you'd call back. Don't you think it's rude? Even calling your home doesn't work. What's wrong with your family? You all need to learn some manners. Her shrill voice was grating, not just on the ears but deep into my head, blaming us as if we were the ignorant ones. From my perspective, calling someone at 5 a.m. is what's truly lacking in common sense. What? You? How dare? It seems she didn't expect a rebuttal. Throughout my marriage, I had always been negated, and over time, I had given up on even voicing my opinions. That I would retort sarcastically was surely unexpected for her. I could imagine Diane Baker speechless on the other end of the phone. Strangers. What are you talking about? You were just my daughter-in-law yesterday. See, you just said it yourself. I was your daughter-in-law until yesterday. Since the divorce papers have been submitted, we are now strangers, right? What? All you do is spout sophistry. What's wrong with you? You're so unpleasant. You started by being rude to me. You may be surprised because you're not used to being spoken back to. But you routinely said even worse things to me. Diane would argue that because I was her daughter-in-law. But being a daughter-in-law doesn't give anyone the right to treat someone however they like. I'm human too. I have feelings. That's because you were inadequate, and as your mother-in-law, I thought it was my duty to retrain you for your own good. So for my own good, you dumped all the caregiving on me alone. And threw all the household chores my way? If it was for training, there are surely better ways. Are you really Ashley? Are you someone else? Up until now, I couldn't assert myself because I was considering my father-in-law. Also, there was the fear that they might not agree to the divorce if I was too assertive. I had been waiting for this moment for a long time. What's the main issue, by the way? I don't think there's any benefit for either of us to keep talking like this. It's about the life insurance. Just as I expected. Back when my father-in-law was still lucid and healthy. My father-in-law initially told me he planned to include me in his will. Even though you're not my biological family, Ashley. I feel sorry that you've been burdened so much. Ideally, I'd have you divorce and escape them, but I doubt they'd allow it. Instead, I want to give back to you somehow after I'm gone. Father. While I was touched by my father-in-law's sentiments, I knew that these people could easily manipulate his will. As an alternative, he made me the beneficiary of his life insurance. Being his daughter-in-law meant I would have to pay taxes. But it was still better than nothing, so he secretly changed it. You forced my husband to change it against his will. You took advantage of his unawareness. I would never do such a thing. Plus, if you check the change history, you can see whether it was done before he showed signs of dementia. If you doubt it, feel free to check. Diane seemed at a loss for words. All I could hear was her heavy breathing. You're just playing dumb. Then let's meet again and clear this up. Otherwise, we might end up following you around indefinitely. Understood. Thus, we agreed to meet again on another day. The weekend arrived, and we met in a private room of a small restaurant located halfway between us. Diane was grumbling, why do we have to go out of our way to meet? But Jack, eager to settle things quickly, persuaded her. The discussion involved Jack, his mother, me, and our family lawyer. I had my parents attend just in case, though they wouldn't speak unless necessary. It seemed they hadn't yet discussed the inheritance, because they had just realized the life insurance issue. "Let's settle this while we're at it." Diane said this triumphantly. Her plan was obviously to show us up, having gone through the trouble of bringing the lawyer to us. However, the situation unfolded contrary to her expectations. What? What did you just say?" The lawyer repeated his statement calmly as Diane's face twisted in confusion. "Since Ashley has completed the adoption procedures, she is included as a beneficiary in the inheritance. Therefore, Richard's assets will be divided among the three of us present." The room fell silent. Diane was the first to break it. "That's a lie. She's a stranger. She divorced and became a stranger, right? And yet, she receives an inheritance. That's ridiculous." Jack also vigorously nodded in agreement, following her lead. "She's not a blood relative, and she's already divorced and legally a stranger. Why should Ashley receive the same amount as me? While she is not a blood relative, the adoption procedures that were completed mean her relationship with Richard continues." This was unexpected. Indeed, I had gone through the adoption procedures for tax reasons at the time of the marriage, but had almost forgotten about them due to the subsequent turmoil. Surely, my father-in-law had forgotten too. If he remembered, he wouldn't have consulted me about the inheritance or mentioned the life insurance. Diane and Jack were furious, their faces turning bright red with anger. "This thieving cat. After being taken care of by us, she dares to extort money even after his death. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have divorced. My share is reduced now. What are you going to do about this?" "I can't help that. I didn't ask for this." As they continued to make a scene as if the world was ending, the lawyer smiled and said, "She only has the qualifications. For example, she can renounce her right to the inheritance if she chooses." This made Jack and his mother's faces light up. "Of course. If she understands her place, she'll naturally refuse, right?" "Normally. Yeah. Then everything goes back to normal. The inheritance goes to the right people." While I wasn't comfortable with letting them have their way, it also felt wrong to take the inheritance when I wasn't his biological daughter. Even the life insurance was something I agreed to after being persuaded by my father-in-law during his lifetime. I think. Seeing me hesitate, the lawyer smiled and offered a lifeline. "Isn't Ashley also the beneficiary of the life insurance?" "Yes, I am." Expecting him to suggest that I should also step back, he instead proposed something slightly different. "How about this? In exchange for not mentioning the life insurance in the future, Ashley will renounce the inheritance." He continued smoothly. "And while we're at it, it might be best to dissolve the adoption to avoid future complications. In essence, I would renounce my share of the inheritance and dissolve the adoption, returning to being truly unrelated. In return, Jack and his mother would not interfere with the life insurance that I would receive." "Yes, that's acceptable to me." Diane and Jack hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. "Then, we will proceed with the discussion here. Miss Ashley, please feel free to go home. Take care." The lawyer escorted me out of the restaurant and discreetly handed me his business card. "I will contact you later for the procedures. Thank you for your cooperation." "Thank you as well, you've been a great help." With this, my ties with the Baker family were finally severed. However, there was still more to this story. Despite their expectations, Diane and Jack discovered that there was almost no inheritance left from the father-in-law. They had both secretly been spending it bit by bit, unaware that the other was doing the same. They had naively built their hopes on it, which was now impossible to save. Moreover, they had taken on debts anticipating an inheritance, and had spent a substantial amount, far beyond what could be covered by their shares of the inheritance. Now, Diane was juggling part-time jobs, and Jack had started working part-time at a store. Unaccustomed to working, Diane would throw tantrums at the slightest provocation, receive complaints, and fall into emotional instability. Living with such a mother, Jack had to constantly support her. Already exhausted from his job and side work, he had to deal with her incessant nagging at home and manage the household chores, pushing him to his limits. He was about to call me in tears when the lawyer intervened and stopped him. Yes, this was all recent news I heard from the lawyer. After our meeting, he contacted me and shared everything. Richard had been an old friend of mine from long ago. I had kept it a secret from Mrs. Diane because of our professional relationship. He had been in frequent contact with my father-in-law because of their friendship. Richard was truly grateful to you, Ashley. The last years must have been incredibly tough with his dementia. It's admirable you didn't think to run away. Yes. It was difficult. But I had my memories with him, and above all, I had decided to see him through to the end. The idea to make me a beneficiary of the life insurance was also the lawyer's suggestion. There was a chance that any tangible assets would be consumed by the family, but life insurance was guaranteed as long as the premiums were paid. Richard was lucky to have you. Those words brought me some solace. Now, I am staying with my parents, who are still healthy. But one never knows when circumstances similar to those with my in-laws might occur again. Though there would be differences between my biological parents and in-laws, at least I could take pride in having cared for my father-in-law until the end. While I have the chance, I plan to repay my parents and show my gratitude. You can ski back home by yourself from here. Even with that big belly, 3 hours should be more than enough. Laughing loudly, the man who was once my husband and had vowed to share a future with me, carelessly threw away his ski poles. Shocked by his words, my mother-in-law peered at me from the front passenger seat to the back where I was sitting, and said with an even more sarcastic smile than usual, "As someone who's been through life, let me give you some advice. Even pregnant women need exercise for an easy labor." We were near a ski resort, about a 2-hour drive from the city we lived in. The area was a sparkling silver world. Could it be that these two were planning to abandon me here, 7 months pregnant? Or were they expecting me to cry and beg for help, saying, "Sorry, please help me"? Understood. But I'll walk back, so I don't need the ski poles. Please put them back in the car. With that, I quietly got out of the car. My child and I, these 2 lives, I chose to walk to protect us. Even riding in such a dangerous car, there's no guarantee of safety. Anyone would understand if they heard the reason. Naturally, misfortune befell my husband and mother-in-law. 30 minutes after our separation, incessant calls from my husband. Those were their painful screams as they faced a cruel fate. But one tragedy after another befell them. The truth gradually came to light. Trapped and cornered, the 2 of them fell into the abyss together. My name is Hillary. I work as an operating room nurse at a general hospital on weekdays and enjoy playing tennis on weekends. Being an operating room nurse means handing scalpel to doctors during surgeries, monitoring the progress, and preparing instruments as necessary. Standing continuously for long hours during surgeries is mentally and physically taxing, but saving lives is the most fulfilling job for me. Dealing with such pressures every day, I maintain my mental and physical balance by sweating it out. Playing tennis vigorously under the sun at the club I belong to is the best refreshment for me. That's where I met Joe. I often taught tennis basics to him, a beginner. And naturally, we grew closer because of our similar ages. Joe, a gentle civil servant working in the welfare section of the city hall, always enveloped me with his kind smiles. Surely, his smile must brighten the otherwise sterile atmosphere of his office. Comforted by his calmness, his warmth gradually became a refuge for my heart. Our relationship progressed smoothly, and a year after meeting, we got married and soon conceived a child. I'm currently 7 months pregnant and have temporarily stepped back from work to live a relaxed life. These should have been days full of happiness. However, the reality was, Mom, what should I do? I got scolded at work again. How many times have I failed now? That's what Joe would say first to his mother, over the phone as soon as he got home from work. After marriage, I realized Joe had an excessive dependency on his mother, feeling uneasy unless he reported his daily happenings to her. Rather, he couldn't calm down without hearing her voice. He couldn't decide anything on his own, disregarding my opinions and leaving all decisions to his mother. Even our time together was dominated by conversations about his mother. Furthermore, on nights I was on duty, he stayed at his parents' home. Day after day, it was all Mom, Mom, Mom. Listening to that was nearly driving me mad. Yes, he was a hardcore mama's boy. Despite this, Joe cherished people deeply. He never spoke ill to me. And he was especially kind to those older than himself, soft-spoken to everyone, earning him a great reputation among those around us. I deeply respected such a husband. I was attracted to his kindness, and his reverence for his mother was something I couldn't deny. Perhaps even something to emulate. That was his kindness. Convincing myself of this, I turned a blind eye to his relationship with his mother. However, our peaceful life began to crumble due to a trivial incident. Oh, the button on your dress shirt is still off. One day, Joe noticed a button missing from the dress shirt he wore for work, and was about to call his mother in a panic, but I reassured him. It's okay, I'll fix it for you. However, that night, due to my pregnancy, I felt tightness in my abdomen and had to rest, leaving the button unfixed. The next morning, realizing the button was still off, Joe somewhat panicked and reached for his smartphone. See, I should have asked Mom to do it. What should I do? I need to tell her quickly. Watching Joe's frantic behavior, I felt a slight discomfort but tried to soothe him. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was feeling unwell. But you have other dress shirts, right? However, Joe stopped abruptly and glared at me with malice. What are you saying? I decided with Mom to wear this dress shirt yesterday. Now I can't wear it because she picked it out for me. To think, his daily outfits were even decided by his mother. I felt fear and disgust at his behavior. Really? How much of this man's life was controlled by his mother? Mom. What should I do? Mom. Help me. I don't know what to do. Joe hurriedly called his mother, speaking in a low, muffled voice. I couldn't make out what he was saying. But he was certainly complaining about my failure to fix the button. To Joe, who couldn't proceed with peace of mind unless it was exactly as his mother decided, I was merely a wife in name, not an important partner in life. His true partner was his mother. How pathetic. How disgusting. Witnessing such a side of Joe, an unprecedented emotion surged within me. Recently, my mood swings had been intense, and I was struggling to control myself, convincing myself it was probably maternity blues. However, this time, the emotion was uncontrollable. And despite trying to calm myself repeatedly, it felt like something big exploded within me. Stop it already. Mom, it's creepy at your age. Think for yourself. You're about to become a father. Stop relying on your parents for everything. My loud outburst caught Joe off guard, leaving him with a stupefied expression. Hillary, what are you saying? What's wrong with asking Mom when I don't understand something? I've always done it this way. Why are you angry now? With his slow tone and unchanged expression, Joe's creepy approach finally pushed my patience over the edge. Don't ask your parents for advice over a single dress shirt, think for yourself. I've turned a blind eye until now, but I'm at my limit. Be a more responsible father. Stay away. You're disgusting. This was our first real argument as a couple. I knew I shouldn't have said those things, but I couldn't suppress my feelings. Afterward, Joe left the house wearing the shirt with the missing button, without uttering a word in return. Was this really okay? I must have hurt him. Maybe I should have endured it after all. Mixed feelings swirled within me as I spent a gloomy day. From then on, Joe blatantly avoided me, returning home increasingly late. He likely stopped by his parents' house for dinner and spent time with his mother before coming home. But that wasn't enough. He continued talking on the phone with his mother until bedtime. Joe was connected to his mother all the time. I tried apologizing several times for going too far that time, but he neither listened to me nor met my eyes. Even though we lived under the same roof, I felt like I was merely air. Mom, she's glaring at me again today. She seems particularly irritable. Of course, my complaints didn't stop, and it seemed their conversation was lively. Hearing Joe's cheerful voice through the door left me feeling helpless and increasingly alienated. How long would this life continue? I wanted to return to our old days, for the sake of the child about to be born. With that thought, one day I decided to have a proper talk and waited for Joe's return. But that night, the person who opened the front door of our house wasn't Joe but his mother, wearing a demonic expression. Hey you! Enough is enough. Why do you enjoy tormenting Junpei every day? That kind boy can't even talk back, and he's been coming home crying every night. You devilish wife. Demon. Suddenly, my mother-in-law burst into our home and unleashed a torrent of abuse on me, her eyes filled with madness. The intensity of her fury was so overwhelming that I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When did I ever bully my husband? Using your pregnancy as an excuse not to cook dinner. Lazing around all day, what do you think you are? Joe is working his fingers to the bone every day for you. And you're just sitting back and relaxing like a lazy bum. What is going on? Why am I being painted as the villain here? My mind was in a panic, and I couldn't find the words to speak. Unable to say even a simple "you're mistaken." Tears started overflowing as I trembled with fear and frustration. Seeing me cry, my mother-in-law became even more enraged. "Why are you crying? Joe is the one who should be crying. Do you think crying will solve everything? You coward. You wicked wife. It was a mistake for him to marry you." She continued to berate me without pause. Powerless, I just looked down and covered my ears, barely managing to muster a barely audible "I'm sorry," as my mother-in-law looked like she might attack me at any moment. I knew everything she was saying was a lie, and I had no reason to apologize. But in that moment, those words were my only escape from this terrifying situation. As expected, my mother-in-law puffed out her chest in triumph and crossed her arms, delivering her final words. "Now you understand, you stupid wife. If you bully Joe again, you know it won't end well." And with that, my mother-in-law glared at me until she left the house. After the storm, the silence in the room was broken only by the sound of my own heartbeat. Afterward, Joe's dependence on his mother escalated, and he ended up spending all but weekends at his parents' house. Even when he did come home on weekends, it was only to pick up clothes and personal items, and he spent barely an hour at home. During that time, we didn't speak at all. In such a situation, is there any meaning left in us being a couple? As I began to ponder this one Saturday morning, Joe suddenly opened the front door and called out to me, "Hillary, I've come to pick you up. Let's go on a trip right now." What does this mean? Confused, I headed to the entrance. Things haven't been great between us lately. It seems like you've reflected on it. So I'll forgive you. This atmosphere isn't good for the baby either. Let's clear our minds and go skiing. Faced with his absurd suggestion and his old kind smile, my voice cracked in surprise. Skiing? You've never skied before. And with me almost 8 months pregnant, there's no way I can ski. While I appreciated his attempt to break the ice, why skiing? Doubts piled up as I tried to decline, but Joe said, "There's a ski resort about 2 hours away by car. A senior at work told me about it. Don't worry. There's even a beginner's course, and pregnant Hillary can ski safely. Everything's ready. You don't have to worry about anything. Come on, let's go." He grabbed my coat and forcibly pulled me toward the car parked outside. With mixed feelings of wanting to trust my husband's intentions for our unborn child and disbelief about skiing, I found myself quickly seated in the back of the car. And we were off. Our next destination was his parents' house. His mother, fully prepared, waved at us smiling from the front porch. Was she joining our couple's trip? Or was there some scheme afoot? Ignoring my confusion, the two of them chatted happily. And the moment his mother climbed into the car and the door shut, she turned to me with a smile and leaned forward from the passenger seat. "Hillary, I'm glad you came. Let's enjoy skiing together. This might be a trap." And the car started moving again. Joe driving on snowy roads had to be a first. Not exactly known for his driving skills. Could he really handle snowy roads? And this car, my unease only grew. The pair seemed unusually cheerful throughout the journey, heightening my sense of foreboding. What were they planning? My fists clenched, sweating profusely. We're almost there. Maybe around this area, Joe suddenly said, stopping the car. We were on a mountain road near the ski resort, surrounded by a snowy white world. The weather was clear, and the snow reflected the sunlight like jewels. But its beauty only intensified my anxiety. "Get out here." "Here, I'll lend you some ski poles," he said, getting out of the driver's seat and carelessly throwing the ski poles from the trunk. "What do you mean, here? Isn't the ski resort further ahead?" I was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Being dropped off like this. No person with a conscience would do such a thing. And in my belly was a precious life. Turning around, my mother-in-law now wore a malicious grin. "You know, despite all my anger, you haven't reflected at all. Instead, your attitude has only gotten worse. Despite my warnings, you harass Joe every day. Do you find it amusing to see him suffer?" I couldn't understand what she was implying. What had I done to my husband? "Given your hot-headed nature, it might be good for you to cool down. Your head in a place like this," she said, laughing loudly. "And you know, taking advantage of your pregnancy. You've been lazing around at home lately, haven't you? As someone who's been through life, let me give you some advice. Even pregnant women need exercise for an easy labor." She cackled ominously in the car. In response, Joe also spoke up. "You can ski back home from here. Even with that big belly? 3 hours should be more than enough." What exactly were these two expecting from me? Did they think my pleading would satisfy their demands? Or were they seriously intending to abandon me and the baby? No matter their motives, their actions were unforgivable. I would protect my unborn child at all costs. And with this car, it was doubtful we could go any further on the increasingly snowy and icy road. Understood. But it's too dangerous for me to ski in this condition, so I'll walk back. Please put the ski poles back in the car. I said that calmly and got out of the car, turning my back on them. While the sun was still warm, I decided to head toward a populated area. Glancing back, I saw Joe returning the ski poles to the back seat where I had been sitting. This would likely be our last time together. I retraced my path, walking silently along the snowy roadside. Then, as if on cue, the weather turned and snow began to fall. Looking up, the sky quickly darkened with snow clouds, bringing snowfall that soon turned into a fierce blizzard. This is bad. I can't see ahead. The raging snow obscured my vision, and I no longer knew where I was walking. Overcome by fear and cold, my legs stopped moving. I might be done for. Just as I felt my consciousness slipping away, a strong light approached slowly from behind. A car. Amazingly, it stopped beside me. And a man, looking concerned, leaned out from the driver's seat. Fortunately, I was wearing a red dress, making me visible in this gray world. Sensing something was wrong with a pregnant woman walking alone in the snow, the man spoke up. A woman was also seated next to him. The couple, returning from skiing, immediately urged me into the back seat of their car. And the woman offered me a blanket and warm tea. They seemed to understand my situation without needing to ask why. I was walking alone in a blizzard. Without questioning me further, they drove me home. Thus, I was saved by the kind couple. Upon arriving home, I repeatedly offered my thanks. But the couple simply wished for a healthy baby for me, asking for nothing in return as they drove away. The city was as warm and peaceful as if the blizzard in the mountains was unimaginable. I watched their car disappear before entering my house. Meanwhile, Joe and his mother, who had left me behind to climb up the snowy road, seemed to have been in serious trouble. While I was being driven home, Joe had tried to call me several times. However, lulled by the kindness of the couple and the comfort of their warm car. I fell asleep and didn't notice the phone ringing. After arriving home, I was shocked to see a call log that went on for over 30 minutes. What could it be? As I was looking at my phone, Joe called again. Hello. With some hesitation, I answered the phone to hear Joe screaming as if he was panicking. Hillary. Why aren't you answering the phone? What have you been doing? Come back here quickly. It's serious. Mom. Mom has. What selfish things to say. After abandoning me, now he wants me back. I was so appalled by Joe that I was at a loss for words. Joe continued to talk alone on the other side of the receiver. It seems he had a terrible accident. After they left me on the mountain road, they started driving up the ascent on the opposite side. The weather was clear at the time, so they probably thought they could drive to the ski resort. However, the mountain weather is merciless and can change suddenly. They were caught in a fierce blizzard. Joe, not good at driving, couldn't handle the curve because of the strong wind, and the car slipped on the icy road and spun 180 degrees. The car didn't stop and slid down the mountain path, eventually getting stuck in deep snow off the road. When one of the front wheels got buried, his mother got out of the car to check on the front wheel. Despite this, Joe, focused solely on freeing the buried wheel, kept pressing the accelerator hard. Suddenly, the car moved forward. Joe saw his mother in front of him and tried to brake, but it was too late. The icy road only made the car accelerate faster. And in a moment, his mother was trapped under the car. Joe's car slid several feet down before he finally reached his mother, who by then had lost consciousness. Confused, Joe managed to call an ambulance with trembling hands. But it was delayed due to the blizzard. The ambulance still hasn't arrived. Damn it, where are they driving? You're a nurse, aren't you? Come back quickly and treat Mom. If we don't do something, Mom won't make it. Help her. Joe was desperately pleading with me. What? I thought you were worried about me walking alone in the blizzard. But it's about Mom again. Even if you tell me to come back, I'm already home. Handle it yourself. Joe's words were so ridiculous that I couldn't help but snort in disbelief, which only made him even more furious and raised his voice even further. What are you laughing at? We're about to lose a loved one here. Don't you care about human life? You heartless person. I could say the same to you. If human life is so important, don't abandon a pregnant woman in the middle of a snowy mountain and trying to climb a snowy road with no snow tires, with a driver as bad as you? Don't you know that's too reckless? It's no surprise you slipped down. Joe fell silent for a moment at my words. Then he said, Snow tires? Mom never mentioned anything like that. How could I know? The plan was Mom's idea, I just followed it. The naivety of trying to ascend a snowy road. Probably, his mother was too focused on harassing me to remember to change the tires. Or maybe she genuinely didn't realize the dangers of a snowy mountain. Either way, I'm no longer interested. I don't have time to waste on such a clueless husband. I've been involved in many surgeries as a nurse, but I'm not a doctor. I can't just carelessly examine a seriously injured patient. I can't take responsibility for a life in such a condition. All I can say is, keep her stable and wait for the ambulance. With that, I hung up the phone. I learned of his mother's condition several days later. I had decided to leave Joe and this house, steadily preparing for my new life. I planned to stay with my parents and raise my child there after giving birth. Most of my belongings had been moved by a small truck, and I was at home for a final check when I saw Joe, who had just returned. He was sitting exhaustedly on the sofa. Noticing my presence, he suddenly changed his expression and walked towards me, starting to yell angrily. "Why didn't you help Mom that time? It's your fault Mom can't come home. She's been hospitalized ever since, hasn't fully recovered, and is now paralyzed from the waist down and can hardly speak. She'll have to live in a facility and receive rehabilitation for a long time. It's your fault. You've ruined Mom's life. You traitor. I will never forgive you." No matter how much he yelled, I was no longer the trembling, tearful woman who apologized back then. I have a life to protect. I glared back at him without flinching. What about Mom, Mom, you Mama's boy? If Mom's life is so important, don't just blindly follow her commands, think and act for yourself. Changing to snow tires is basic knowledge for snowy mountains. Who else would hit the accelerator hard when someone is in front of them? Don't underestimate the dangers of a snowy mountain. Joe's face turned even redder at my words. Shut up. Don't blame me. I got hurt too. Look at this back. Your ski pole stabbed right below my neck. I nearly died. Saying this, Joe lifted his sweater to show me his back, where indeed a painful scar remained. It happened because you just put the ski poles back in the back seat instead of properly securing them in the trunk. We could have prevented the accident if you had done that properly. That's what I'm saying. You underestimated the snowy mountain, and it's your fault. Plus, I have a life to protect. You left that irreplaceable life in the freezing cold. Someone who disregards such a life is not a father or anything else. Saying this, I presented Joe with the divorce papers I had prepared. From now on, you can take care of your mom and enjoy living with her. I will live with our unborn child. Let's end this. Then, Joe snatched the divorce papers from me and threw them away. The paralysis of his mother, our divorce, his own injuries, too many things had happened at once, probably overwhelming him. Joe continued to rant incoherently, unable or unwilling to face reality, repeating nonsensical things. We can't settle this just by talking. Let's involve lawyers from now on. Saying this, I headed for the entrance. There was no reason for me to stay in this house anymore. Suddenly, the front door opened, and two unfamiliar men entered the house. Dressed in suits but with sharp eyes and hands shoved in their pockets. They walked in without any hesitation and confronted Joe, demanding that he pay back the interest and everything today. Joe trembled with fear, unable to move. What on earth was happening? It turned out his mother had become involved in a dubious religion and had been making high donations. The story goes back to the time Joe and I got married. Jealous of me marrying her beloved son, his mother searched for ways to drive me away and stumbled upon this religion. She was easily brainwashed at a meeting she attended just to try it out, and quickly became a devout follower. She bought expensive charms, pots, and even ineffective water, claiming they would ward off evil spirits. She chanted sutras daily, frequently visited the facility, and devotedly prayed for her faith. Moreover, impressed by the sage words of the religious leader, she made lavish donations. The trip to the snowy mountain was not her meticulous plot, but the teachings of the religious leader. I was horrified to realize she harbored such animosity towards me. unable to get by on her pension alone. His mother had borrowed money to fund her substantial contributions to the religion. Joe was unaware of this. The debt collectors, who had learned of the mother's paralysis and her stay in a facility from the neighborhood, decided they couldn't approach the facility and switched their target to Joe, her son. I don't have money right now. Sweat streamed down Joe's forehead, and he was too shocked to even wipe it away. The two men noticed me and asked if I was his wife. By then, I was no longer his wife nor had any relation to his mother. "No, I'm just a stranger," I replied, and after gathering my remaining belongings, I confidently left the house without looking back. Behind me, I could hear Joe's cries, but it had nothing to do with me anymore. Thus, I headed to my parents' house. Months passed, and spring had fully arrived. Through lawyers, our divorce was finalized, and Joe was ordered to pay me compensation. Unable to see an end to the hellish days of working off his former mother-in-law's ballooning debts, the additional burden of high compensation probably left him physically and mentally drained. However, his actions towards me were unforgivable. And no matter how much he suffered, I had every right to receive the compensation. And another source of his suffering was his paralyzed former mother-in-law. Unable to walk or even eat by herself, she could manage daily life only thanks to Joe's dedicated care. Yet she felt no gratitude, instead screaming daily that her condition was his fault. Moreover, despite suffering under heavy debts, his mother continued her zealous religious activities, causing trouble in the facility and being expelled repeatedly. Joe desperately pleaded with her to stop her missionary work. But each request led to arguments, with no end in sight. Meanwhile, I had safely given birth to a girl. With my parents' help, I was navigating the unfamiliar challenges of parenting but enjoying peaceful days. Holding my precious and warm little life, I remembered the couple who had saved me on the snowy mountain. They had not even told me their names, but if I ever meet them again, I want to tell them, "Thanks to you, a healthy child was born." Wait a minute. You're being too rough. You like it like this, don't you? She wouldn't do that for you. Don't say that, sis. Call me by my name. Like you always do. I was standing in front of the bedroom door. I immediately realized that the person with my husband was my own sister. My guts were boiling, and I pinched my hand to calm the urge to barge in right away. I thought, I have to calm down. I took out my smartphone and started recording the conversation. I never thought it would be my sister. I noticed something was off when I got home. I'm home. There was a pair of women's shoes at the entrance that I had never seen before. I immediately knew he had brought a woman home. Then, I heard voices from the bedroom upstairs, so I moved right in front of the door. The two of them seemed to be still having a lively conversation, as their voices echoed throughout the house. But why are we here today? It's more exciting this way, isn't it? Well, yeah, but usually we're at your parents' house. We've been careful not to get caught until now. She's so clueless, she never noticed. That's true. She would never imagine we're doing this. What a fool. I understood why I hadn't noticed their relationship before. To think they had been having secret meetings at his parents' house. Still, I continued to record, thinking it would be evidence. I wondered what our parents would think if they heard this, among other things. I had to do something to keep my sanity. I was about to step in. but my legs wouldn't move forward. I thought to myself, why? If I entered, I would see them in the middle of their act. Instinctively, I hated the thought of seeing that. Hey, when will you give me a child? No, that's definitely a bad idea. Your husband will find out. Don't worry. If you sleep with him afterward, he won't know. He's clueless too. Such a terrible wife. You're no better. After listening to their conversation for so long, I started to feel a headache and nausea. I was reaching my mental limit. That's when I decided to call out to my husband. Where are you? Hearing me, the two of them seemed to panic, and I heard the sound of a window opening. They probably tried to hide on the balcony. But that was the worst thing they could do. Because, just today, it started to snow heavily. I thought, they've done it now. Slowly entering the room, I looked around and saw clothes scattered messily. They had gone out naked. Looking outside, I could barely see them crouching at the edge, trying to hide. I immediately locked the door. Then, I started thinking about what kind of punishment to give them. I never thought my heart would be racing this much. My name is Jenny. I'm 34 years old and work in sales at a local company. I lived with my husband Tony, who is 3 years older than me. I met Tony at a client's office when I was in my mid-20s and had just changed jobs. I remember how he was always kind to me, even though I was still not used to the work. Thank you. No problem. Keep up the good work. Yes. At that time, I thought he was just a nice guy. It took a while before we met again. But it was a fateful encounter. I have an older sister named Angela, and one of her classmates was Tony. Angela had gotten married 3 years ago, and Tony was one of the guests at her wedding. Do you remember me? From that client's place. Yes. I never thought we'd meet here. No offense, but what's your relationship with my sister? Angela and I were classmates in high school and college. I see. As we talked amicably, the bride, my sister, came over. Huh? Do you two know each other? Kind of. He helped me out at work. No, not really. But thanks to that, I landed a contract. That must be your own skill. As they bantered back and forth, my sister started laughing. What? I just think you two have good chemistry. Don't tease me. I'm quite serious though. Tony and I exchanged contact information through my sister's mediation. Though my sister can be forceful, I thought Tony might have been bothered by it. However, about a week after exchanging contacts, he called. Hello? Sorry to call you suddenly. It's okay. What's up? What's up? How about going out to eat sometime? Yes, okay. I answered reflexively. All right, I'll contact you again. With that, the call ended. I didn't dislike the idea, but it was too late to say no now. To be honest, I had little experience with romance and didn't really know what to do. It was just a meal, but it still made me nervous. At that time, I was still living at home. So I decided to talk to my sister Angela. She also wanted to live with our parents even after getting married, so she stayed at home. Wow, you got invited. That's great. No, it's not that great. I have no experience with this kind of thing. Then it was right to consult me. My sister Angela had always been popular. Back in our school days, she used to have all sorts of guys over. I thought she might offer me some helpful advice. But that turned out to be a bad idea. She's definitely more relaxed now that she's grown up. But she still likes to push her opinions on me, the introverted person. I can't count how many times she made me cry. Jenny, just go with the flow. With me here, you don't need to worry about anything. So, what should I do? How about flirting? What? Tony is weak for that kind of thing. Wait. I'm just going to have a meal. What are you talking about? It won't just end with a meal. My sister was relentless with her bad advice, and honestly, it wasn't only her. Our parents were all about her, letting her do whatever she pleased. Because she brought them joy, while I was the one they struggled with. I really wanted to move out right after graduating from college. But they wouldn't allow it. They wanted to keep me close, even though they weren't particularly interested. Then the day of the meal arrived. Good luck. Then, I'm going. The meal turned out to be a success, I think. It was much better than feeling cramped at home. Would you like to meet again? If you're okay with someone like me, please. That's great. I'm not very used to women. If you say that, I'm even less used to men. No, I'm worse. No, it's me. During such exchanges, we ended up laughing out loud. It had been a long time since I felt this happy. It was only natural for us, who had gradually deepened our relationship, to start dating. However, Angela wasn't pleased, despite having egged me on so much. What? You're really dating? Yes, but I never thought you'd actually start dating. Did you follow my advice? Of course not. Why has it come to this? The extent of Angela's misguided encouragement became clear. From an unexpected source. Really? Is that true? The person was Angela's husband, Sean. Yes. It's true. You know I met Angela in college, right? Yes, I heard from my sister. I became friends with Tony around that time. It seems he had liked Angela since high school, but couldn't do anything since she had a boyfriend. But why tell me this? I overheard you talking the other day. Angela isn't all bad. My brother-in-law looked a bit sad. He truly cared for Angela. Yet Angela was still clinging to a man she had liked in the past. And this issue was deeper and more serious than I thought. We eventually started dating, but Angela constantly inquired about my actions. She would come into my room and not leave until she was satisfied with the answers she got. So, what else? I don't know what else you mean. Like, did you go to a hotel or something? I don't know about that. This was my small act of defiance. After that, Angela calmed down. A year had passed since Tony and I started dating. Then, on my birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you. This is my birthday present for you. What is it? Inside the small box was a beautiful ring. Is this? I want you to marry me. I'm happy. I hope you will too. I'll make sure you're happy. After accepting the proposal, I was thrilled. Not just about being with Tony, but also about finally being able to leave my parents' home. I kept my excitement in check, and we went to meet both families. First, we greeted Tony's parents and they welcomed us more than I imagined. The problem was my own family. So, Jenny is getting married too. I welcome Tony. Thank you. Even my parents, who hadn't shown much interest in me before, seemed genuinely happy at this moment. However, my sister Angela couldn't stay silent. What? You're not going to live here? Angela, what are you talking about? You're living together here. There's no more room, and it's impossible to add more. Then maybe we could renovate or something. There are always ways. Don't be unreasonable. We can't do that. Angela's desperation was not normal. Well, this was part of my aim. She continued to desperately try to keep me in the house. Enough already. It's not up to us to say anything. Shut up, will you? You. My brother-in-law Sean seemed taken aback by Angela's outburst. Anyway, we're going to look for our own place, right? Yeah, that's right. That's what we're going to do. If that's what you two have decided, then go ahead. Thank you. I couldn't forget the look of frustration on Angela's face as I left home. Now that I could finally leave home, I found some peace for a while. We rented a house in the next city at a bargain price. I never imagined being with the one I love could bring so much happiness. Although we lived apart, we would gather at my parents' house for Obon and New Year's. It had only been a few months, but being away for this long made me a bit nervous. I'm back. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Where's sister? Ah, Angela went shopping. Mother, long time no see. Tony, you look well too. Come on in. As we sat on the living room sofa, they brought out an excessive amount of snacks. We can't eat all of this. Well, it's been a while. It's only been a few months, though. Don't be shy. I had never been welcomed this warmly before because Angela was always the priority. Then Angela and Sean returned from shopping. Jenny, you're here. It's been a while. I greeted them, but Angela ignored me and went straight to the kitchen. Tony, it's been a while. Gained a bit of weight? No, Jenny's cooking is just too good. That's good. Glad you're happy. Thanks to you. The family gathered and enjoyed chatting over coffee. Angela was unusually quiet today. We spent about an hour like this, but then my mom noticed something. By the way, did you buy the usual sweets from the shop in front of the station? Oh, I forgot. Be more careful. But even without it. What are you saying? It's a tradition. What should we do? Is there still time to go now? At that moment, Tony volunteered. Then I'll go. I drove here today. But I feel bad. No, let me do this. Sorry, I'll be back soon. Okay. As Tony was getting ready to leave, Angela suddenly said she would go with him. It's my fault for forgetting, and Tony doesn't know what to buy. Come on, let's go. Angela pulled Tony's arm and they left together. Seeing this, my dad sighed deeply. What's wrong? She's been acting strange lately. Forgetting things, and generally lacking motivation. It felt like Angela, who used to be in the spotlight, was now being seen as a bother. Sean, her husband, looked a bit beat too. Clearly, our roles had flipped since I moved out. An uneasy silence filled the air. The station was only about a 10-minute drive away. Yet, they were taking much longer than expected. My mom was the first to notice. It's taking unusually long, isn't it? Indeed. It's been over an hour. A sense of indescribable anxiety overcame me. Eventually, they returned home 30 minutes later. You took quite long. There was traffic. Did you buy what was needed? Yes, we did. Angela handed over the bag, but my mom stopped dead as she looked inside. What is this? Isn't this what you asked for? Where have you been? This is completely wrong. I can understand if Tony made a mistake, but you were with him. My mom seemed tired. It doesn't matter. I heard her mutter softly. Upon closer inspection, Angela's hair was more disheveled than before she left. I observed her carefully, and it seemed Sean was doing the same. Our eyes met briefly. He seemed like he wanted to say something. What is really going on? Despite the family gathering, the atmosphere couldn't have been worse. Why did it come to this? The rest of the Oban holiday passed in an indescribable mood. As soon as we arrived home, I felt all my exhaustion hit me at once. I crashed on the sofa, but Tony's phone call stirred me awake. Oh. It's fine, won't get caught. I called out to Tony. Who are you talking to? He looked startled, ended the call abruptly, and came over. Did you wake up? Who was that? Just a coworker. That sounded quite friendly for a coworker. As I pressed him, I could feel his irritation growing. There's no point in lying. What do you want to say? Nothing. As I was about to drop the subject, Tony grabbed my arm and wouldn't let go. Do you doubt me? What's going on? Tony's eyes, usually calm, seemed possessed by something. That hurts. Let go. Will you stop doubting me then? I'll do as you say. He finally let go of my arm. I could still see the marks clearly. From then on, I felt a fear towards Tony. 2 months later, I got a call from my mom saying I needed to head to the hospital. My dad had slipped and broken some bones on the stairs at home. Are you okay? Yeah, somehow. You misstepped? I did something stupid. Father would be discharged in a few months, but he would need family support to fully recover. I was relieved that Sean was also there. But unfortunately, he had a business trip scheduled for 2 months. That day, the family was gathered at home. I'm sorry to leave the house at a time like this. It can't be helped. Don't worry about me and do your best. Yes. But what should we do? My back is also bad. Then I will. Tony cut in, offering to take care of my dad. I'll take care of your dad. Are you sure? You have work too, and it's tough, right? I can't come every day, but I can come on weekends. But you're newlyweds, aren't you? Jenny is okay with it, right? A man's help would be better. Let's do that. But, do you not care what happens to Dad? I didn't say that. Since the conversation was going nowhere, I finally went along with Tony's suggestion. Totally clueless that it would open the door to a nightmare. From then on, Tony would go to my parents' house every Saturday. Simultaneously, a sweet scent started to emanate from him. I did not overlook it. Do you smell something sweet? Do you think so? Kind of like perfume? Perfume. Tony's face contorted. I was sure he was up to something. I continued questioning. But I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. Where was it? I asked deliberately. It must be your imagination. Are you sure? You're being persistent. I honestly don't know any perfumes for women. I did not miss his statement. No one said it was women's perfume. How did you know? Most sweet-smelling ones are for women, aren't they? His excuse was feeble. Tell me what you know. At that moment, something whizzed past my face. I hesitantly looked back. There, tragically shattered, was a mug. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just sat down on the spot. It didn't hit me. But the thought of what could have happened if it had hit my face made my hands tremble. I'm really sorry. I didn't intend to hurt you. It was just a reflex. I didn't know how to respond. The fear I felt before was coming back. From that moment, I felt in danger of my life and couldn't confront Tony strongly. That changed with a phone call. My dad was getting better. He could even walk without crutches, though still awkwardly. It was when I called to check on him. How are you feeling? Much better now. That's good to hear. By the way, how's Tony? He's been a great help. Very considerate. Hearing that gave me a bit of relief. Right. Sean has been asking for your contact information. Is it okay to give it to him? That's fine, but why? We hadn't exchanged contact details. Simply never had the timing. That night, I received a call from my brother-in-law. Sorry for the sudden call. It's okay. Weren't you coming back soon? Yeah, in about 2 more weeks. I see. So, the reason I asked for your contact. Sean started to explain. What do you mean? I've been concerned about it for a while. Couldn't say it until now. To tell you the truth, I was also concerned. You felt that way too, huh? Sorry, but what should we do? That's the question. Then, I'll keep an eye on them as well. I should be the one doing it, but I'm not nearby. If anything comes up, I'll contact you immediately. Sorry, and thank you. I felt somewhat reassured knowing Sean felt the same way. I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I decided to investigate Tony's detailed actions. After requesting it, I just waited for the results. It was not only for my own sake, but I wanted to resolve it before Sean returned. Wait, what do you mean by that? I had requested the investigation for about a week, but there were no particularly suspicious findings. On weekdays, he went to work and came home as usual. On weekends, he would go to my parents' house early in the morning to take care of my dad and return home at night. That was the routine. I reported this to Sean. So that was it. Was it a misunderstanding, maybe? Possibly. There shouldn't be anything wrong, but it feels odd somehow. I understand that feeling. It's like unsatisfying because we looked into it. It could be that we had our doubts from the very start. We decided to continue living as usual, reassured that nothing was amiss. It was a week until Sean returned. 2 days later, my dad was able to manage on his own, so Tony's help ended. Thank you for all your hard work. Yeah, thank you. You seem down. Not really. His words and expressions didn't match. A week passed without any particular changes. On Saturday afternoon, I received a call from my parents. Sorry to ask, but can you come over now? That's fine, but there's something I need to ask of you. Okay, I understand. I quickly informed Tony. I've been asked to come to my parents' house, so I'll be going. Oh, really? That's the situation. Got it. Take your time. He seemed oddly pleased as he smiled. The weather report mentioned we'd see some serious snowfall today. I thought they didn't have to ask me to come on such a day. When I arrived, my parents were both there to greet me. It's cold. So, what's up? Well, have a seat first. We then talked endlessly about various things. By the way, where's Angela? Angela went out before you arrived. Something about meeting a friend or something. What? Going out on a day like this? But more importantly, what did you want to ask? What was it, Mom? I don't know. What was it? What do you mean? If there's nothing, I'm going home. You came all this way. Stay a bit longer. At that moment, my parents seemed desperate to keep me there. Eventually, time passed and it was past 5 p.m. It's starting to snow heavily. You might not be able to get back home. Maybe you should call Tony just in case? What? You know, you might get stuck here. Okay, I'll do that. Following my dad's suggestion, I called Tony. He seemed indifferent on the phone and quickly ended the call, but I had a strange feeling. When I had called him earlier, it seemed like I heard noise from another place. Once I had that thought, I couldn't stop worrying about it. Sorry, I'm actually going to go back home. Really? Well, if you must. Be careful on your way. Thanks. There was probably about 2 inches of snow out there. I was so cold that I quickly made my way home. I'm home. As soon as I opened the front door, I noticed something was off. There was a pair of women's shoes that definitely weren't mine. I immediately knew he had brought another woman home. Then I heard voices coming from the upstairs bedroom, so I headed straight to the door. Wait a minute. You're being too rough. You like it like this, don't you? She wouldn't do that for you. Don't say that. Sis. Call me by my name. Like you always do. And you've never called me sister-in-law, have you? At that moment, I realized that Tony's companion was indeed my own sister, Angela. My insides churned with rage, and I had to pinch my hand to calm myself down. I thought, I need to stay calm. I took out my smartphone and started recording their conversation. I couldn't believe Angela was the other woman. Their voices continued to echo throughout the house. But why did you choose this house today? It's more exciting this way, isn't it? Besides, we haven't seen each other in a while. That's true, but usually we meet at your parents' house. We've been careful not to get caught until now. Well, she's so clueless she hasn't noticed. That's true. She would never imagine us doing this. What a fool. I finally understood why I hadn't noticed their relationship before. They had been having secret meetings at my parents' home. I had trusted that they wouldn't do such things where my parents lived. So even when I hired someone to investigate, nothing suspicious was found. Still, I continued to record as evidence. I wondered what our parents would think if they heard this. I had to do this to keep my sanity. I thought about confronting them but couldn't bring myself to step forward. I thought to myself, why? If I entered, I would see them in the middle of their act. Instinctively, I hated the thought of seeing that. Hey, when will you give me a child? No, that's definitely a bad idea. Your husband will find out, won't he? Don't worry. If you sleep with him later, he won't know. He's clueless too. Such a terrible wife. You're no better. Besides, he's coming back tomorrow. It'll be hard to meet again, right? Okay. Listening to their conversation for so long made my head hurt. And I even started to feel nauseous. I reached my mental limit. That's when I decided to call out to my husband. Where are you? Hearing me, the two of them seemed to panic, and I heard the sound of a window opening. They probably tried to hide on the balcony. But that was the worst thing they could do. I thought, They've done it now. Entering the room slowly, I took a look around and found clothes scattered all over the floor. They had gone out naked. Looking outside, I could barely see them crouching at the edge, trying to hide. I immediately locked the door. Then, I started thinking about what kind of punishment to give them. I thought, maybe I should just leave them out there a bit longer. I left the bedroom and went downstairs. I headed to the kitchen and slowly made some coffee. After finishing the coffee, I returned to the bedroom. While sipping the coffee and looking toward the balcony, they were clearly too cold. As they began knocking on the window. Open the door. We'll freeze to death out here. Of course, I ignored all their pleas. Then I had a good idea. I took my smartphone and made some calls. First, to my parents and in-laws, telling them it was an emergency, and somehow got them to come over. The last person to call was my brother-in-law, Sean. I remembered he was supposed to return today. It's actually good you called. I was about to contact you. Really? Are you at home? Yes, but... Did you call because something happened? Yes, actually. I decided not to spoil the surprise by telling everything. I should come to your house, right? Yes, to my house. I just arrived at the station, so I'll be there soon. See you. With everyone on their way, the stage was set. The only thing that concerned me was Sean's reaction. He seemed too understanding. Almost as if he knew what was happening. Unable to find an answer. I just waited for everyone's arrival. Our parents arrived first and waited in the living room. 10 minutes later, Sean arrived. Sorry for being late. The roads are really clogged with all this snow. No problem. Please, come in. So, the family gathered in the living room. What happened? You said it was urgent, so I rushed over in this snow. Are we going to talk about it now? It's about the two who aren't here. It's understandable that Angela isn't here, but I can't find Tony. That's right. Could you come with me? I led everyone to the bedroom. What is this? Look over there. Pointing towards the balcony, they saw the two of them naked. What's going on? Thinking it was too dangerous to leave them out in such cold, I unlocked the door. I thought I was going to die. Can we get something warm? For now, I threw them blankets. Can you explain what's going on here? My dad looked like he was about to explode with anger. They were having an affair. Angela, looking up and seeing Sean, was shocked. Why are you here? I just got back from a business trip today. That can't be. You told me you were coming back tomorrow. I had heard he was coming today. Indeed, here Sean was. Confusion clouded my mind. Then, Sean began to explain. I anticipated something like this might happen and made plans accordingly. Lying to you was part of that plan. Sean looked at me. Sorry. I had to use you, Jenny. What? According to Sean, he had also asked our parents for cooperation. That's why I was suddenly asked to come home. My dad detaining me was also per Sean's instructions. So, you knew about their relationship? No, it was just a suspicion. I couldn't believe it when Jenny reported it. Sorry. I never imagined they'd do such things at home. Now that I think about it, Angela was all in for helping my dad when he had that leg injury. Well, let's keep explanations aside for now. And decide what to do about these two fools who fell into the trap. The two of them kept their heads down, not trying to speak. So I decided to play the recording I had made for everyone to hear. If you don't want to talk, I'll make you. What are you going to do? This. When I played the recording, the sounds of their voices filled the bedroom, clearly revealing what they had been doing. Stop it. You don't have the right to say that. Just listen until the end. Everyone's look of disdain intensified. This is ridiculous. You are no longer part of this family. Maybe it was a mistake to have ever cared for you. Never show your face here again. How about that? Tony looked like he was about to cry, but desperately bowed to our parents and me. I can't believe she was such a woman. I had a lingering regret about Tony. I truly loved you. I felt the same way. Hey. Who said you could talk? Hatred filled Sean's eyes, almost enough to make one cry. So, what are you going to do with them? What do you think? Well, divorce is certain. And then there will be compensation. Should we throw them out again? Hearing this, the two of them made a last-ditch effort to defend themselves. It's your fault for always being so busy with work. Cheating isn't justified by that. If you want to argue, keep it logical. You're just showing how clueless you are. Actually, it's already obvious. Angela was left speechless. Anything else you want to say, monkey? I was just led on by Angela. Blaming me? You were eager as well. You were the one who suggested the hotel that time. That time? When we went shopping together. Oh. I remembered the summer and realized it must have all started from there. I just want to ask one last thing. Why did you seduce Tony? Because it annoyed me to see him looking so happy. I've always struggled with men. So, it was about revenge for a man you liked before who was taken from you. That's right. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Such a monkey doesn't deserve any of this. Maybe you should face reality. I couldn't help but laugh. Enough of this. If we keep associating with these people, we'll become fools ourselves. Let's all go. Wait. Don't talk to me so casually. I slowly closed the bedroom door. The snow outside was getting stronger. I couldn't stay here any longer, so I headed to the nearest home. Throughout the journey, I couldn't stop thinking about what would become of the two who had been abandoned by their family. The in-laws stayed overnight and left the next day. At that time, they apologized again and declared that from now on, Tony would be a stranger to them. Shall we go then? Yes. We sat down to go over the divorce and the compensation. Having that recording made everything smoother. The divorce got sorted out quickly. And I put in a request for compensation. And today was the day Sean would leave his parents' house. Thank you for everything. You were almost like a son to us. It's going to be lonely. Indeed. If it had turned out differently, you two could have gotten married. Oh, stop it. While we were having this pleasant time, those two showed up. And for some reason, Tony had shaved his head, perhaps as a sign of repentance, which was just ridiculous. What are you doing here? Then both of them knelt down in front of us. We've been abandoned by our parents. You're the only one we can turn to, Jenny. Please. I thought I told you never to show your face here again. Exactly as Dad said. Besides, we're divorced now. We're strangers. So if you understand that, just disappear. Yet, they refuse to give up. It's really bothersome that you're doing this. Don't show us such a pathetic sight. We can't stand to watch anymore. Then Sean extended a hand to Angela. Are you going to help us? I watched nervously. Help? You misunderstood. I was just trying to get you to move because you're in the way. I was trying not to laugh at how shocked Angela looked. It got to the point where my stomach started to hurt. Well, that's how it is. You better leave quickly. Dad looks like he's reaching his limit. My dad was standing with his arms crossed, looking rather proud for some reason. Seeing this, the two of them left the place as if fleeing. They finally left. Well, I'm off too. You're welcome to visit any time. Since that incident, I've been living at my parents' house. I keep in touch with Sean. And we sometimes go out for drinks. What the future holds, I don't know, but I'm sure it will be fun. I'm building the ideal family with my new wife and this child right here. So, I'm divorcing you. You and your son need to leave this house immediately. My husband raised his voice with a snort. He had started a company making children's clothes when I was pregnant. Initially, he worked earnestly, but now he spends his days playing. And the company's management is barely hanging on. In the midst of dealing with my parents' death, he suddenly showed up with his mistress and their child. Confused, my son and I thought it unwise to argue in front of the house. So I let the three of them in. Suddenly, they demanded that my son and I leave the house. Despite the difficult situation of my parents' passing, my husband's unreasonable demands infuriated me. I was dumbstruck and couldn't respond. However, my son snorted. Hey, what's with that insolent attitude? Dad, it's impossible for you to divorce Mom. What are you talking about? A divorce can be done with just a single form. Don't you even know that, being a high school student? But, as my son began to explain, Scott's face turned pale. My name is Michelle Ford, a 47-year-old part-time homemaker. I help out with my family business part-time. I have one child, my son Aaron, a 16-year-old high school student. I've been married to Scott for 17 years. He's the president of an apparel company. Scott spends his days playing, though we can't afford such a lifestyle. The company barely makes a profit, and we're in a dire financial state. Scott's income is unreliable, and he spends most of his salary on leisure. So it feels like I'm supporting our family with my part-time income. Aaron is very kind and always helps with household chores. However, he is cold towards Scott, and they do not speak to each other. Initially, I thought it was just a rebellious phase, but since he's kind to me, I realize it's because he dislikes Scott. Soon after starting high school, Aaron began working part-time. Scott and I met through work. I was working as a fashion magazine editor, and Scott was a designer at an apparel company. We met during a meeting to discuss featuring his company's products in a date outfit feature. The point of this outfit is to match the shoes and skirt colors to make the legs look slimmer. The color is white, which I think adds a sense of purity. That sounds great. The focus is clear, and it looks like it'll make for an understandable feature. Thank you. I've prepared a lot because it's been a while since I've had such a meeting. Scott was very serious, and he made various proposals during the meeting. After seeing him, I imagined that building a family with him would lead to a fun future. One day, when my company and Scott's had a dinner meeting, a tipsy Scott opened up to me. I want to dress my kids in the clothes I design. So, someday, I want to marry a good wife and have her give birth to adorable children. Have you ever designed children's clothes, Scott? Yeah, when I first joined the company, I was in charge of designing children's clothes. That's a wonderful dream. I also want to help make such beautiful dreams come true. Michelle, you have nice dreams too. After that, Scott asked for my contact details. We became close and eventually, Scott confessed his feelings, and we started dating. We were both nearing our 30s and married within a year of dating. I became pregnant soon after our wedding. During the early stages of pregnancy, I temporarily quit my part-time job and struggled with morning sickness. Hey, Scott. Why are you home this morning? I've decided to quit my job and start my own business. I think now is the time to make my dreams come true. Starting your own business? At a time like this, when a child is about to be born, I was taken aback. Don't worry, a client told me they have a job they want me to do. So there will be work. I see. But starting an apparel company requires a lot of preparations, right? Like, you need money for an office and to buy equipment. Yeah. But I don't have much money for preparations. Disappointed by Scott's lack of planning, I desperately searched for places to borrow money. However, all bank applications were denied. Preparing for the worst, I consulted my parents, who then offered to help Scott establish his company. They probably did so because they were expecting a grandchild. I'm truly grateful for my parents' kindness. Scott worked hard every day for the upcoming child. Although he often came home late from work, he never complained when I couldn't cook due to morning sickness. On weekends, he actively took on laundry and cleaning. However, Scott's attitude changed drastically one day, the day our child was born. When my water broke at night, Scott rushed me to the hospital. Scott, is your work okay? It's fine. There are no pressing business deals or deadlines. So I'll stay with you throughout. Don't worry about me, just focus on yourself. Scott spoke kindly and firmly held my hand as I struggled through labor. A few hours later, the birth was successfully completed. Congratulations. It's a healthy baby boy. A boy. Yes, a healthy baby boy. Is there something wrong? The nurse was puzzled, but Scott's solemn face didn't change. In fact, Scott had been hoping for a girl since I got pregnant. He often handled projects for girls' children's clothing at work. And since starting his own business, he had been working as a designer specializing in girls' children's clothing. During my pregnancy, all his children's clothing designs were for girls, and he had spent the entire time expecting a girl. We moved to the maternity ward, but Scott's disappointed expression remained. Scott, it's a boy. I'm sorry. Why isn't it a girl? There's nothing we can do. The gynecologist said there was a high chance of it being a boy. And, more importantly, we can't control the gender of our child. Then put the child in a baby box until you give birth to a girl. What? I would never do such a horrible thing. Whether the child is a boy or a girl, they are my irreplaceable child. Scott began to distance himself from me, and I found myself raising our child alone. Hoping his depression was temporary, I persevered in housework and childcare with support from my parents. I also returned to part-time work, working hard every day. My coworkers were supportive of my parenting, and when Aaron was young, I could even bring him to work. However, as Aaron grew, Scott continued to neglect our family. Eventually, Scott's days away from home increased, as did his late returns. Dad. I won a gold medal in the summer vacation art competition. Huh, so? What are you trying to say? What do I mean? Are you trying to brag that you have more artistic talent than me? No, that's not what I mean. Scott, don't upset Aaron. Why don't you praise him a little? Shut up. Fine, it's a nice painting. Scott, clearly in a bad mood, slammed the door shut. His attitude towards Aaron was terrible. And he never participated in Aaron's school events. Whether it was the entrance ceremony, open class, music recitals, or graduation. His father was never present, which made Aaron feel alienated. Over time, Aaron grew to detest his father. Then, a significant turning point arrived. One Sunday, while I was cooking dinner, I received a call from my sister. Hello, is that you, big sis? Michelle. Mom and Dad have passed away. They passed away. The sudden news left me in shock. They had helped us so much since Aaron was born. I hadn't been able to repay them, and I was at a loss for words. Why? They were fine when I saw them at Christmas. They were hit by a car that ran a red light. Can you come to the hospital right now? Scott and Aaron haven't returned yet, so I'll head over as soon as they're back. I ended the call with trembling hands. When would Scott return? He hadn't told me when he would be back. So I didn't know when I could go to the hospital. I tried calling Scott but couldn't reach him. Even my messages were left unread. Why now, of all times? Despite my irritation, I was sinking into sorrow. Mom, what's wrong? Oh, sorry. Don't worry about it. What were you talking about on the phone just now? Actually, your grandparents have passed away. So when your father returns, we're going to the hospital where your grandparents are. Understood. Aaron sat down on the sofa with a sad expression. Then I heard a car stop. Looking through the window to our driveway, I saw Scott's car. Good, Scott's back. Wait, what? Next to Scott was a woman dressed in high-end brands. Her flashy nails well manicured, a woman of tastes quite different from mine. Flamboyant and ostentatious. Beside the woman was a child dressed in pink. Could she be an acquaintance of Scott's? Is the child hers? But Scott was holding the woman's hand. Who was this woman? My mind was in chaos, and I panicked. Hey Michelle. It's me. Open up. Without even ringing the intercom, Scott was rattling the entrance door. To avoid further commotion, I hurriedly opened the door. Scott, welcome back. There's a crisis right now. Who is this? I stared at the woman next to Scott. She held his arm confidently, as if she had been waiting to introduce herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Scott's wife, Kristen. Hey, Kristen. Calling yourself the wife is a bit premature, isn't it? Scott and Kristen began cooing in sickly sweet voices. And who might this child next to you be, Kristen? Nicole, say hello. Nice to meet you, I'm Nicole. Nicole is the child Kristen and I have together. Kristen gave me a girl, unlike you. A child. My body tensed up. Could it be that Scott had a mistress and a child while he was away from home? Hey Michelle, let us in. I have something to talk about. All right. With no choice but to continue the conversation inside, I followed Scott's direction and let him and his mistress into the house. Guests? Yes, it seems Dad brought his mistress. Mistress. Dad was having an affair? It looks like it. We're about to have a detailed talk. Can I sit in on this too? If Aaron wants to join, that's fine. I hesitated to involve Aaron in what might be a messy situation. But seeing his serious expression and realizing he was old enough to understand, I let him sit next to me. We moved Nicole to another room and sat down. Kristen across from me, Scott across from Aaron. Scott seemed displeased with Aaron's presence, but I decided to proceed regardless. I'm building the ideal family with Kristen and Nicole in this house. So, Michelle, I'm divorcing you. You and Aaron need to leave this house right now. Scott, you're so cool. Scott raised his voice with a snort while Kristen gazed at him with starry eyes. I was sick of their couple-like behavior, and it made me nauseous. Despite the dire situation of my parents passing, my husband's outrageous statements infuriated me. I was dumbstruck and couldn't respond. However, Aaron snorted in disdain. Hey Aaron, what's with that cheeky attitude? Dad, it's impossible for you to divorce Mom. What are you talking about? A divorce can be done with just a single form. Don't you know that, being a high school student? Dad, you haven't repaid the money Grandpa lent to the company, have you? Scott's face turned pale all at once. Kristen looked puzzled. I almost burst out laughing seeing the temperature difference in their expressions. In fact, Scott had borrowed money from my parents, with the promise to repay it gradually once the company stabilized. However, Scott had been making excuses to delay repayment. Could it be, Dad, that you wanted to divorce to escape repaying? But that's not going to work. Grandpa told me to make sure you repay. When did you make such a promise? Were you with my father-in-law while I was gone? I've actually been meeting with Grandma and Grandpa quite a bit. Where did you meet them? At my part-time job, Grandpa's company. Don't you even know where your child works? You're lying. This is the first time I've heard of it. Yes, in fact, my son had been working part-time at my parents' company. Aaron, having seen me support the family all this time, wanted to help me someday. When he entered high school, he expressed his desire to work part-time. When he was wondering where to work, I suggested to my parents that he work at their company. Then, my parents happily agreed, saying it would be good training for an heir. Initially, Aaron was assigned simple clerical work. But he also got involved in tasks like advising on new products, which could be handled by someone young, and he enjoyed his work. Since starting the part-time job, Aaron had become more reliable. His words were stronger than anyone else's, and I almost cried with joy seeing how hard he had worked raising him. So, Scott, make sure you repay the $100,000 our parents lent, okay? Encouraged by Aaron's words, I delivered the final blow to Scott. Scott, what's this about? You told me you were a department head at a major apparel company, with an annual income of $100,000. Is this debt of $100,000 real? Kristen. It's not true. What he's saying is nonsense. I can show you proof if you want. I have the loan repayment agreement at home. Stop it, Michelle. Ignoring Scott's words, I showed the repayment agreement we had signed when we received the financial support. Scott collapsed to his knees. There's no way I can pay back such a large amount of money. It's impossible. Scott. This story is true, isn't it? Dad, like I said earlier, you can't divorce until you repay the money. Shut up. If that's the case, Kristen, can you take over my debt? I'll repay it quickly for Nicole's sake. Kristen, what do you think? We could get married right away, right? Kristen's face turned increasingly red. Scott, you liar. I didn't know anything about this. First of all, this debt isn't something I created. Scott and Kristen suddenly started arguing. Aaron looked down on them with a disgusted expression. For Aaron's sake too, please don't show us such an ugly sight. I picked up Nicole, who was in another room, and kicked out Scott, Kristen, and Nicole from the house. Mom, let's hire a detective to claim compensation from Dad. Yes, I'll think about it. I felt proud of my son's dependable appearance. Then I made a phone call. Hello, it's me. I have a favor to ask, is that okay? When I explained the situation to the person, they replied, Understood, let's start moving on it tomorrow, in a gentle voice. After that, I spent several busy weeks. There were lots of things to do, like the funeral for my parents and taking over the company. I was sleeping late and waking up early, leading to days of sleep deprivation. I ended up with a bad cold and couldn't go to work for a while. Aaron cared for my health and did the housework after school. While eating the rice porridge Aaron made, the intercom rang. Michelle. Open up quickly. I staggered to the entrance and slowly opened the door. What's the matter, Scott? Why did you come all of a sudden? My company has been leveled. Where did my company go? Company? What are you talking about? There's no such company. Did you do something? You shouldn't just get rid of the company I started for my dream. Despite feeling unwell, Scott grabbed me by the collar. As I was coughing, he seemed to realize something and suddenly pushed me away. I stumbled and fell to the floor. What, a cold? Don't spread your filthy germs to me, disgusting. Isn't that a terrible way to treat Michelle? I think it's very rude. Tracy. Emerging from the back of the room was my sister Tracy. She has always been strong on justice and very strict with people who do not keep promises or rules. Since Aaron was born, Scott had become slovenly and was quite afraid of my sister. Why are you in the house? To discuss that, can you stop rampaging at the entrance and come inside? Overwhelmed by my sister's pressure, Scott reluctantly entered the house. With a dominating look, my sister stared down at Scott, who trembled like a small animal frightened by its natural predator. Tracy, why are you in the house right now? I needed to discuss the company takeover with Michelle. Company takeover? What are you talking about? Ah, right. Actually, I've absorbed and merged your company. Absorption merger. I haven't heard anything about that. Scott's shoulders shook violently. I wanted to laugh out loud seeing his pitiful state. But knowing my sister would scold me for such behavior, I held back my emotions. In fact, Tracy had been managing Scott's company for quite some time. Scott had neglected the business due to his affair, and the company was almost bankrupt. I, busy with my part-time job, hadn't realized it. But when Tracy investigated Scott's company, she found it was drowning in red ink. Knowing a lot about business management, Tracy thought she would try to turn the company around. Scott's management was quite terrible, but the quality of the products he was creating was quite good. So, I thought it might be a good idea to rebuild it under my company. But, an absorption merger like this without notice is illegal. I'll sue. Well, why don't you check the loan repayment agreement first? Hey Michelle, get out the loan repayment agreement. At Scott's request, I pulled the loan repayment agreement from the drawer. When Scott saw the agreement, his eyes widened as if he saw something he shouldn't have. What is this? The agreement stated that the company was registered under my parents' names. Yes, Scott's company was established under the ownership of my parents. Actually, all the paperwork and necessary administrative tasks for setting up the company were done by my parents and Tracy. Therefore, they were able to change the company's registration to my parents' names without Scott noticing. With the passing of my parents, Tracy inherited half of their estate, which included Scott's company. Initially hesitant about the merger, I talked to Tracy about Scott and suggested that we get rid of Scott's company without his knowledge. That's when she told me about the inheritance. So, my company will become Tracy's property. Yes. We will be asking you to leave the company. Tracy. Could you at least hire me as a designer? Scott suddenly became humble, but his intentions were transparent. And Tracy glared at him. That's impossible. This strategy was to get rid of you, so hiring you is out of the question. So, does that mean I'll be unemployed? Yes, well, good luck. Scott stood there, dumbfounded. By the way, I have something to show you, Scott. I pulled out several photos from an envelope. The photos showed Kristen enjoying walks to hotels and shopping with men who were not Scott. Moreover, the companions were different in each photo. Some older than Scott, some younger. When I first saw these photos, I was fed up with Kristen's irresponsibility. Scott looked at the photos in shock. Kristen, you're walking with a man who isn't me. This isn't some kind of composite, is it? Actually, I hired a detective agency to catch your affair. It turned out Kristen was involved with multiple men. She might be something of a sugar baby. So, Nicole's father might not be me. It seems so. The detective said it wasn't you. Maybe you should get a DNA test. Seeing Scott about to cry, I decided to deliver the final blow. Scott, I can no longer be with you as a wife. I want a divorce. Also, I'll need compensation, child support for Aaron, and the repayment of the capital that my parents fronted, totaling about $150,000. I can't pay that kind of money, Michelle. Please, give me another chance. It's impossible. I've completely lost feelings for you. As Scott broke down crying on all fours, Tracy looked on blankly. Scott, no matter how much you struggle, it's hopeless. The damage you've done to Michelle can't be resolved with money. So, you must take responsibility at the very least. Crying, Scott turned to Tracy. Then shakily sat back down and slowly began to sign the divorce papers I laid out. After that, Scott incurred significant debt to pay the compensation and funds owed. Initially, I thought about allowing him to pay in installments. But Aaron advised against it. Do you think someone as unreliable as Dad can pay in installments? He'll definitely default. Realizing he was right, I demanded payment in full, as Aaron suggested. Scott's parents, concerned about their social standing, did not help with his debts. Unemployed, Scott struggled to find a new job. Having been virtually jobless for over 10 years, no company would hire him. He ended up working odd jobs introduced by debt collectors. I also demanded compensation from Kristen. She took on debt and worked day and night, as an office worker by day and a nightclub worker by night. Incidentally, the DNA test confirmed, as the detective had said, that Scott and Nicole were not related. Now, I run the company Tracy handed over to me, with Aaron helping with new product proposals. Mom, I want to use softer materials for our next product. That's a great idea. Let's try it. Working with Aaron is truly enjoyable, and he inspires me daily. What shall we do today? I live motivated by the joy of my work. I'm remarrying with my new bride. Thanks for everything so far, Jim said with a cheerful laugh. Standing next to him, my mother-in-law also added with a full smile. You should get a divorce and leave. It seems decided between Jim and my mother-in-law to welcome his mistress as his new wife. I guess I'm being ousted. But I'm not worried. I knew this would happen sooner or later. Jim is smitten with his mistress, and his parents' house has fully accepted her. But of course, I haven't just been sitting quietly. I prepared a surprise for when this would happen. Well then, Jim. Are you ready? My name is Sherry Johnson. I'm 35 years old. I married Jim when I was 27. We currently live together in an apartment. Let's have children when we have a bit more room in our budget. Years have passed since he said that. Before I knew it, both Jim and I are getting on in years. I want to finally have children. Just as I was thinking this, I sensed that Jim was cheating. Jim was never good at lying. I have overtime work today. That has become his recent excuse. But it's obvious it's a lie when you look at the payroll slips. On his days off, he hurries out alone. Could he be cheating? I thought immediately. But somewhere in my heart, I still trusted him. I loved Jim so much, that's why I married him. I thought he felt the same. So I decided to confront Jim. I thought if I asked him to stop the affair, he would agree. However, why do you think I'm cheating? It happened during dinner. As we faced each other at the table and I spoke up, Jim frowned. Because you've been making excuses to leave the house recently, haven't you? You suspect me over just that? Jim was furious. But at that moment, I felt relieved inside. Jim, after all, wasn't cheating. That's what I thought because I doubted him. I was naive. It's just like you. What? I hate how suspicious you are, Sherry. That's why I started looking at her. Her who? My voice trembled. My heart raced. Could he really be cheating? I leaned over the table. Who is her? A junior at work. She's honest and kind, nothing like you, Jim said, and then his eyes narrowed happily. If I could be with her, every day would be fun. Young girls won't bother with you, I said to myself. Jim is already in his 40s. His income isn't great either. I was a model when I was young, Jim retorted without backing down. True. Jim did work as a model for a short period when he was young. I remember because he boasted about it many times. Indeed, Jim is still tall and hasn't let himself go. His features are well maintained. He could pass for late 20s to early 30s. But at the company, his real age is known. And while I was thinking the impossible, Jim continued. How can I stay with a wife who doubts me like this? Divorce, it's a divorce, he shouted and then pushed a piece of paper at me. It was a divorce application. You're joking, right? I'm serious. Bye, Sherry. With that, Jim went out to the hallway and left the house. Maybe he'd stay at a friend's, or perhaps. Holding the divorce papers, I bowed my head. The next morning, Jim came back early. Perhaps because of yesterday's events, he moved quietly. He seemed to have come to grab his bag and change of clothes for work. Jim. What? When I called out, Jim recoiled as if frightened. To him, I handed a lunchbox. This is. I made a lunchbox. I realized I hadn't made one recently. Please eat it if you like. All right, then. Though there were no words of thanks, Jim seemed pleased. I was satisfied. Good. There's still a chance to make things right. The divorce papers from yesterday couldn't have been serious. That's what I thought. And then, I was dropped to the depths of shock and disappointment. Why? The lunchbox I made was thrown away completely intact in the trash. I had lunch with a colleague. Saying that, Jim sat down on a chair. So, isn't dinner ready yet? How can you say that after you threw away the lunchbox? I couldn't stay calm anymore. You could have eaten it later, at least don't just throw it away. But, you know, Jim said with a wry smile. Your lunchbox is just tacky. Tacky. That's right. It's so tacky I can't even bring it out in front of others. And when I was troubled about it, Hannah. Who's Hannah? I screamed, already understanding that she was Jim's affair partner. She's a junior at work. She makes lunch for me every day. Unlike yours, hers are stylish. So you threw away my lunchbox. Seeing Hannah's lunchbox, I couldn't bear to look at yours. Jim was laughing flippantly, a mocking expression on his face. I was certain. It's unheard of for a mere work junior to make lunch every day. There was no doubt left. It seemed that this incident had emboldened Jim. He began to mention Hannah's name openly at home. I'll be going back to my parents' house this weekend, Jim said abruptly. I tilted my head. Do we have plans this week? Just because. Jim ended the conversation, clearly not interested in my opinion. And on the weekend, when I went to his parents' house, an unfamiliar person was there. This is Hannah. Nice to meet you. The woman called Hannah greeted. She was a charming woman, just as Jim always praised, and definitely Jim's type. Why is she here? I asked Jim a perfectly valid question. To this, Jim responded with a laugh. I introduced her to my parents. She's my new bride. What? I was dumbfounded. A new bride. While I'm still here? Like I said before. Jim continued speaking with a face that said he was in no way at fault. Sherry is too suspicious, and her taste is so old-fashioned. It's like she's not right for me. What is that supposed to mean? I was at a loss for words. What kind of nerve does this man have to say such things? Hannah began to speak, looking apologetic, but then dropped a bombshell. I'm pregnant. I'm finally going to be a father. Jim hugged Hannah happily and laughed. Unconsciously, I stroked my own stomach. I can have children too, you know? Yeah. But if we're going to have kids, might as well be good-looking ones, right? That's why you're not in the running. I had always lived believing Jim's words. Jim had never planned to have children with me. A child with Hannah is bound to be cute, Jim said proudly. Hannah looked troubled as she glanced my way. The mother-in-law who had been watching gave me a sharp look. You don't have any complaints, do you? No. I could only nod. Jim said in a cold voice as I drooped. I wondered how he could have such a cold voice when he was laughing. I'm remarrying with my new bride. Thanks for everything so far. You should get a divorce and leave. My mother-in-law stood beside him with a full smile. The two of them planned to kick me out and welcome Hannah as the new wife. And I was to be discarded. I sighed. Honestly, when they said we were going to his parents' house, I had a hunch. I suspected this might happen. To say more, I had realized it when Jim started talking about Hannah at home. It wasn't going to be long before our relationship ended. That premonition has now become reality. It can't be helped. I had steeled myself because I had prepared a surprise for this day. Taking a deep breath, I said, I'm already divorced, and that woman. What? The room froze. Jim retorted with a strained face. Poor loser. Divorced? You and me? Yes. Didn't you hand me the divorce papers before? Surprisingly, my voice was calm. That's right. Now, I am composed. I won't be fooled by Jim's words or smiles anymore. That divorce application had your signature. So, I also signed my name. In reality, I had submitted it after it was decided we were going to his parents' house. I had resolved that Jim and I were over. Still, I hadn't expected him to bring Hannah to his parents' house. So, you and I are already divorced. That's convenient then. Right? That's what I thought too, so I took the initiative. As I said this, Jim became cheerful. Good preparation. Thanks, Sherry, for divorcing me. Now I can be with Hannah without worries. You're welcome. Jim thanking me isn't a first. I felt empty. Until recently, I loved a man like this. I really had no eye for people. But Jim was no better in that regard. I can't remarry you. What? Why? Because she's already married. What? At my words, Jim looked at Hannah in dismay and asked her in a desperate tone. Hannah, tell me you're lying, right? You and I have no intention of being with you. Hannah clearly stated. The shock hit Jim and his mother hard. It's understandable since their eagerly anticipated plans fell apart. Why not? Because you were just a fling to me. Hannah still looked troubled, yet her tone was sharp. I said I was pregnant, but I never said it was your child. You assumed too much. I was wondering what to do about it. After saying this, Hannah looked at me. I'm relieved you're such a solid person. No, not at all. I forced a wry smile. It felt like a poorly made comedy. The woman he proudly claimed as suitable had been married to another man all along. I wonder how Jim feels now. Well, I should be going now. Wait, Hannah. Hannah. Jim desperately tried to stop her, but Hannah didn't look back. His mother was so shocked, her dentures almost fell out. Jim was devastated for a while, then glared at me. What's this about, Sherry? I hired a detective to investigate. They told me she was married. And speaking of which, her husband is. Now it was my turn to be cheerful. I told him proudly. Her husband is your boss. No, that can't be. Hannah and the boss don't even make eye contact at work. Jim's voice was desperate, and it saddened me. He never tried this hard for me. They keep it professional at work. I easily dismissed Jim's argument. Jim held his head in his hands. Hannah is the boss's. What will happen to me if this gets out? Don't worry, I said with a broad smile. The sadder my heart got, the more my face smiled. I've already told everything to the boss. What are you doing? Jim looked like he was about to cry. The embarrassment with Hannah was just the beginning. The real show was about to start. My son is the victim here. My mother-in-law spoke in a pained voice. Deceived by that woman, and betrayed by you too. Now my son might lose his job. If that's the case, I was the one deceived by your son. I smiled with all my might, though my lips trembled slightly. I truly loved Jim. I was happy to be married to him. Jim, Hannah, and I had destroyed that happiness. Then. But it's over now. Jim chose another woman. I respect his decision. Ah. As I smiled, his mother eventually collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, Jim's smartphone rang. He checked the caller and turned pale. My boss. Oh, perfect timing. I urged him to answer the phone. Better answer quickly, or things will get worse. Whose fault do you think this is? Well, I said matter-of-factly. It's your own fault. Not realizing you were being played. After all, Hannah and the boss share the same last name. Ah. Jim's face turned even paler. He looked at me several times as if seeking help, but I did nothing. Timidly, Jim answered the call. Boss. You. What are you doing with my wife? Even standing at a distance, the boss's loud voice was audible. My wife is pregnant. And you, knowing that. Hannah approached me first. Jim was defensive, but it was a misstep. Is that so? Ah. Boss, I'm sorry for speaking ill of your wife. It's not like that between us. That's enough. Don't ever come to the office again. I don't want to see your face. Boss. Jim desperately continued to apologize, but it was in vain. And the call was disconnected. Like his mother, Jim collapsed on the spot. It's a lie. It can't be true. I wish I could say you're lying. I accidentally spoke my true feelings. I tried not to get emotional, but I couldn't help it. When I was sure you were cheating. How do you think I felt? What do I care about that? Jim spat out. It's your fault for not being charming enough to keep me from cheating. You're so suspicious, and yet you neglect yourself as a woman. It's because you never help around the house. I yelled. I did all the housework alone. I had no time to dress up. I'd rather spend money on living expenses than on cosmetics. That's how I supported our home. Do you understand? It's your fault for not being able to manage your time. Jim still refused to admit any fault. Don't blame everything on me. You only cook plain, cheap meals. Where does the money even go? That's the cooking my mother taught me. Don't speak ill of it. For the first time, the smile vanished from my face. I was genuinely angry. It might have been the first time I ever got angry at him. I had been afraid of being disliked by Jim, never saying what I really thought. But it's different now. We are nothing to each other anymore. I will say what I want. You always say whatever suits you, and then dump all the troublesome things on me. Look at reality for once. What did you say? Stop it. My mother-in-law struggled to stand up. With a pained expression, she pressed her hand against her forehead and spoke. Both of you, just go home. I can't stand any more noise. Mom. Are you abandoning me too? Jim cried out in anguish, but his mother ignored him. I alone hailed a taxi and left his parents' house. Jim and I parted without conceding a step to each other. Ah. Feeling gloomy, I called my mother. When I explained the situation, her voice became sad. Jim was such a person. What will you do now? I haven't decided yet. That was the truth. Despite trying not to worry my mother, I kept letting my true feelings slip. Just stay with us for now. In a few days, I'll find an apartment or something and move out. That's not necessary. My mother was concerned about me. You've done enough. Just rest at home, please? Yeah. I decided to take my mother's offer. My sister and her husband were also visiting my parents' home. Sister. Are you okay? You look terrible. I'm fine. From now on, I won't have to suffer anymore. I forced a smile. My sister had just given birth to her first child. Looking at the baby sleeping in her arms and her husband watching them. Tears welled up in my eyes. Sister? Sorry. It's really nothing. Because I'm no longer with Jim. I won't be troubled by him anymore. I'm free. Yet, I can't stop crying. Sherry. Yeah. My mother took my hand and led me to the hallway. Go to your room. I've cleaned it up, it's ready for you. Thank you, Mom. I thanked my mother and headed to my room. As she said, the room was clean and felt as comfortable as if I had been there just yesterday. Despite it being years since I last stayed. Surely, my mother had been cleaning it even while I was away. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I lay down on the bed. The following days were peaceful. That peace was disturbed by a figure standing at the front door. Sherry. You're there, aren't you? Come out. What now? I confronted Jim reluctantly. In just a few days, he looked emaciated. Having left all the housework to me, he couldn't even cook for himself. And judging by his shabby appearance, he had probably been fired from his job. Despite his state, Jim used a sweet voice. Sherry, can we start over? What? That voice once thrilled me, but now it only disgusted me. To think I was deceived by such a man and lived with him. At that moment, I realized there wasn't a trace of feeling left for Jim. Don't say things you don't mean. My voice became stern naturally. Yet Jim wouldn't give up. I want to start over. The thing with Hannah changed me. I won't cheat again. Let's move to another city and start anew. Oh, really? I was astounded. How could he so easily say things he didn't mean? I could see right through Jim. He still thought of me as some convenient housekeeper. That's why he wanted me back. Nothing more. I didn't matter to him. What happened to Hannah? If it's her husband gave her a serious scolding. It ended up that he's not even sure if the baby is his. And it seems she got kicked out of the house. Oh, how fortunate. I said it sarcastically. Now you can be with Hannah, can't you? She was just using me. I can't be with someone like that. Jim shrank back as if he were the victim. Even now, he's trying to use me. She got what she deserved. Besides, she'll probably just deceive another man. Oh, how despicable. I hope she doesn't find anyone. Jim's voice carried a strong sense of hatred. It seemed he'd shifted all the blame onto Hannah. That's why he felt no guilt in shamelessly coming to fetch me again. I'm sorry, but I made my intentions clear. I can no longer live with you. I've come to truly despise you. Don't be so tough, Sherry. You still have feelings for me, don't you? His conceited remark left me speechless. How could he still believe that I harbored any feelings for him? I'm serious. I genuinely dislike you. Sherry. Jim took a step closer and I screamed. Mom. Call the police. What, Sherry? I can't deal with you anymore. We're done. Do you understand? I heard my mother's footsteps approaching. Neighbors who heard my loud voice also appeared, glaring at Jim. Damn it. I'll be back. Don't come back. Jim fled like a runaway. After that, he never showed up at my door again. Instead, He called incessantly at all hours. I want to start over. Sherry, please live with me again. Are you joking? I'm serious. I can't live without you. That might be true, considering Jim never helped with household chores. It seemed like his mother had taken care of everything when he was single. By the way, I remembered something that had me return to the apartment once. Not for Jim's sake, but because I had left without taking my belongings. There, I encountered a man and a woman arguing fiercely. Like I said, I've left my husband, so I'll be with you. Hannah said. Don't joke with me. You weren't dumped, you were kicked out. Jim and Hannah were causing a scene. I was about to turn around and leave when Jim noticed me. Sherry. You came back. As he tried to approach me with a smile, I stopped him with both hands. I just came to get my things. You're saying that, but you must be worried about me, right? Oh wow, how self-absorbed can you be? Hannah, standing behind, was visibly annoyed. Jim turned and snapped at her, shut up, then focused on me again. Sherry, let's live together again. Let's remarry, and this time, it'll just be the two of us. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Jim faltered for a moment but quickly regained his smile. Please, Sherry, forgive me. I'll help with the chores and never look down on you again. And of course, no more cheating. Cheating is definitely out of the question. You were just being played. What? Jim's face twisted with anger. Stop it. After all I've said, you're ignoring me? I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not interested. Ha! Hannah burst out laughing. To her, I said, can you really raise a child on your own? That's none of your business. Hannah scowled. The charm and ease she had shown at my in-laws' house were nowhere to be found. Right. I nodded. Just let me say this. I couldn't have children of my own, so in a way, I envy you. Humph. Hannah placed her hands on her hips, her look one of defiance, sizing me up. But really, it was me who should be sizing her up. That's why I'm worried about your baby. Leave me alone. Hannah said dismissively, stroking her belly. I will raise this child with my own efforts. Indeed. I was relieved and smiling. Hannah has issues with relationships, but it seemed she was prepared to be a mother. That's good then. You don't need to worry about me. See you. Hannah ran off with a brisk stride. Meanwhile, Jim was yelling, don't ignore me. Sherry, step aside. I'm here to get my things. Sherry. Jim tried to elicit sympathy with his pitiful voice, but I sharply countered. Move. Jim flinched and stepped aside. I entered the place I once lived. There was no sense of nostalgia. I simply remembered the layout of the rooms, which allowed me to efficiently collect my belongings. As I stepped out the front door, Jim was standing there, looking lost. I glanced at him and left the apartment behind. I decided to settle down at my parents' house. Being the eldest daughter, I would eventually need to return to take care of my parents. It made sense to get used to living at home again. Now, I help with household chores and the garden. Sometimes my sister and her husband visit with my niece. She's so cute. I said, smiling, yet I felt a pang of loneliness. Not having children of my own was still a sad fact for me. Hey, do you remember Kyle, our childhood friend? One day, my mother asked me with caution. What's up with Kyle? He's still single. Maybe you could meet him, just the two of you? Mom. I smiled bitterly. I knew my mother was concerned about me, but I was tired of marriage. Kyle would be bothered, wouldn't he? With someone like me. That's the thing. My mother leaned forward. Kyle brought it up when he saw you had come back. What? I was surprised. Kyle had always been chubby and frankly not very good-looking as a child. But he was attentive and kind. Now, he was teaching at the local middle school, our alma mater. I don't know. I was non-committal. I was curious about meeting Kyle, but the idea of a setup felt odd. A few days later, I was walking with Kyle in a shopping mall in the next town. Let me carry your bags. It's fine. I felt awkward and acted coolly towards him. Nevertheless, Kyle smiled warmly and accepted me as I was. However, he looked different from what I remembered. Kyle had slimmed down and grown taller, giving him a reliable appearance. Sorry, Sherry. I shouldn't have just asked you out suddenly. About that. We took a break at a cafe. After placing our orders, I finally voiced my question. Why did you want to meet me? That is. Kyle hesitated for a moment, then adjusted his expression. With determined eyes, he said, when I heard you got married, I was shocked. It made me realize something. I had always liked you, Sherry. Kyle. An awkward silence descended. It was unsettling but not unpleasant. Feeling attracted to someone felt like a nostalgic emotion. After 6 months of dating Kyle, I married him. While my wedding with Jim had been extravagant, Kyle preferred a quiet ceremony with just close family and friends, which I found appealing. Since my parents' home was nearby, I could visit them almost daily. Kyle was hardworking and beloved by his students. So, one of my students. That must be tough. We shared a laugh around the dinner table, enjoying dishes made primarily from vegetables we grew in our garden. We stocked up on meat and seasonings during our weekend trips to the supermarket. Gradually, our new life's rhythm took shape. Sherry. What is it? Do you ever think about having children? Ah. That made me think. Kyle loved children, and I still wanted them. Yes, I do think about it. That's good. Kyle smiled, seemingly relieved. A year and a half later, I actually had a child. I had hoped our child would resemble Kyle, but amusingly, the baby was a throwback to my mother, which made not only us but also our relatives burst into laughter. Let's take a first letter from your mother's name and call her Christina. That sounds great. Christina, Christina, Kyle repeated our child's name lovingly. Holding Christina, I walked through the garden, Kyle by my side. Peaceful, gentle Kyle. I wondered why I hadn't chosen him sooner. Kyle. What is it? Thank you for waiting for me. Sherry. Kyle seemed deeply moved, his eyes moist as he pulled me into an embrace. Christina giggled happily in my arms. I'm sorry I didn't have the courage earlier. Because of that, you went through so much hardship. It was my lack of judgment. After all, my most important person had been right here all along.